You are watching Co-op for Two, broadcasting live from Champaign, Illinois on Friday, October 14th, 2022 at around 11 p.m. And today we are continuing our playthrough of the Deadbolt Mystery Society game, The Cabin. We played... This isn't part two. The game isn't broken up into two different parts. It's one game, but this is our second session. Last night we started it. Jonathan and I basically were here alone in this creepy area, dealing with the scary world of serial killer. But I see today we have a couple more detectives on the squad joining us, Matt and Anna. Jonathan says, trying some hot chocolate made from a chocolate disc. Interesting. Is it a disc you drop into the hot water and it dissolves? Or is it something else more complicated? Okay, let's talk. Before, I'll give you a warning before we start. But we've played most of this game last night. So if you haven't watched the first session, this won't make any sense. Once we start, you should leave. You could watch the first session and then watch this afterwards. I think we'll probably finish this game tonight, unless we get really badly stuck on a puzzle, which could always happen. You might also want to turn away if you want to play this game yourself. I started out yesterday saying my expectations were very low for this game. And that's just because the Deadbolt Mystery Society is one of these play-by-mail games that produces, in fact, no other company produces them at such a rapid clip. They really seem to be producing one a month. It's a subscription service, although you can buy one-offs. But they've been going since about 2018. And I think they've come pretty close to producing one a month now. So it's hard to imagine how you could produce really high quality mysteries once a month. But having said that, I was very pleasantly surprised with yesterday's session. It was enjoyable. It was, as expected, heavy on the puzzle. In fact, this game almost entirely cipher, encrypted message based kinds of puzzles, which we knew. I prefer the narrative, deductive, detective mystery stuff, but we knew this was going to be puzzles, and sometimes I get an itch for them, and this has really scratched it because the puzzles have been fun. Always a very tricky. The worst case scenario is pretty bad. It's you're sitting on a stream for an hour trying to solve a puzzle. I don't like to look at hints for these things, which means sometimes you could end up for multiple hours just sitting on camera in silence. It's not the best to play live. But we got lucky, or some combination of good design, in that the puzzles were hard enough that we chewed on them for a bit, but then we did ultimately solve them. And we should say that the reason we started with The Cabin is because it's one of their highest rated boxes. And there are a couple more. In fact, I want to give credit to a review website, but I can't remember their name, so I'll have to do it next time, of a little group of people that have reviewed a lot of these games. All of the reviews for these kinds of games, all of the sites reviewing these kinds of games, seem to basically be on an arrangement basis with the companies. And the arrangement, I don't know if they get any money. I suspect they don't get paid money, but their arrangement is they get free games. So every site that's reviewing these things, and the reviews are very slim, there are only a few of them, they're all like, this game was amazing. Like, every box is amazing. It's just you have to learn to like read between the lines what games get a 9.5 and what games get a 10, or even as low as a 9 out of 10. But this website is in that category, but they've reviewed so many of these and their reviews are useful. and you can see which are their favorites. So The Cabin is one of them, but there are a couple more that are that high quality. And I guess I should stop talking about my thoughts on the game because we're going to want to review it. We'll talk about it after we play it. Okay, so let's talk about the where we are in this case. We've solved almost every puzzle, all but one, which we could take us an hour, could take us 10 minutes. I think all but one or two. However, we've gotten to a website we left off when we discovered a website from solving one puzzle that seemed to have more information, more narrative story, including some audio. So I think we'll start this session by recapping where we are, and then we'll go to that website, we'll listen to that audio, we'll look at it some more. Okay, so that's our plan for tonight. We'll go as long as it takes. I think we'll probably finish tonight. Okay, other business to talk about. If you look on the shelf, you'll see something new. For those of you who like to play this game, actually two new things. Jonathan spotted it. On my right shoulder here is, in its plastic, File on Fenton and Farr. File on Fenton and Farr is the 1930s dossier. You'll have to watch my video on these crime dossiers from the 30s that started with Dennis Wheatley. And we have all of Dennis Wheatley's, and we played them all, and I reviewed them all. They're quite special, and they're sort of the birth of this modern genre of crime narrative mystery games. So there's 4 in Dennis Wheatley's version, and then there's 4 the Americans jumped on the bandwagon, licensed Wheatley's first, which was File on Bolitho Blaine, and then they made 3 of their own American ones. The first one was by Helen Riley, and that was called File on Rufus Ray. And I loved File on Rufus Ray. I thought Helen Riley did an amazing job, and it's been my favorite so far. That leaves 2 left in the American series. And we were on a roll playing through all of them, and then we came to an abrupt halt. So I have the 4th one. What is the 4th one? The 4th one is also by Q Patrick. I can't remember now what the name of the 4th one is. Claudia Cragg, that's right. File on Claudia Cragg. But we didn't play File on Claudia Cragg because we wanted to play them in order. And the 3rd one is File on Fenton and Farr, and it is hard to find. There's been a copy on eBay in the UK for like $130 plus shipping, and I just could not get myself to pull the trigger on spending so much. It also looked in very bad shape, and I made a couple offers, but it never worked out. And it's been a year, right? I think since we played these. And a couple days ago, Jonathan Warner emailed me. He said, hey, I don't know. This is still very expensive, but I just saw a copy pop up on Etsy. Looks in pretty good shape. $90 free shipping. Probably still too expensive. And I was like, buy, click buy. So $90 for that 1930s book there, but it's a splurge. It's sort of like whatever. We bought it. We're going to play it. We'll play that one and Claudia Cragg. So we've got 2 more from the 1930s series to now play. We'll start with that one, File on Fenton Farr. It actually looks interesting. There's something in there that's like a big, thick, it's odd. And I wonder if the British one even had what's in that. Okay, so it looks complete. It looks interesting. We'll play those 2 by Q Patrick, which was a pseudonym for a group of mystery writers in the 30s. We have so many games to play. based on this experience with Deadbolt Society, I think we'll buy a couple more of these. We have Postmortem London Gothic coming. I just ordered another of the Killer at Large games. So that's why we've been playing these a little more rapidly. I can't play consistently 3 times a week, but we're going to try to get a lot in October, and we'll try to play some more. All right, anything else to talk about? The LA Noire reply to our last move has arrived. I've scheduled that for tomorrow at 11 p.m. We will do that. In fact, I could even bump that earlier. I wonder if I should bump that to 10 p.m. And then I said, look, if people want to play more tomorrow after the LA Noire, which takes us about an hour, that might be our finale. We might try to solve it, or we might take one more turn. If someone wants to play another game at midnight or 11, if I bump up the LA Noire, I'd be open to that. We have to decide what we would play. All right, let's check in with the audience. Jonathan says his hot chocolate was good. Anna's looking forward to Fenton and Farr and Claudia Craig. Kenny Rodriguez is here. Good. One of the other viewers of the channel, Robert, a different Robert than sometimes comes by, saw that we had played the Deadbolt Society and emailed me some suggestions about which ones to play. And so I think I have some reviews I read. So I think we'll probably order a couple of the Deadbolt Mystery Society. I enjoy when the puzzles are just the right difficulty level. It's very fun. You feel clever. Like I felt clever yesterday doing these puzzles, but those are very hit and miss. And Jonathan and I worked well together. All right. If there's nothing else to catch up on, let's maybe recap the story of the cabin and the evidence. We're going to have to reread big pieces of the narrative before we solve it eventually. But Anna says, yes, let's play another game tomorrow. All right, we'll just have to figure out when. I guess the other thing to figure out is whether I should move the LA Noire up finale, if it's finale, up to 10 p.m. so we can start our regular game at 11. All right, let's review everything in the cabin. So we're going to start playing the cabin now. If you haven't watched part 1, you should leave and watch that. Or if you plan to play this by yourself, which I think I would recommend, then now is the time to turn away. All right, so I've got all the documents here, some of which I printed out so I could write on. In general, I would advise someone playing these games to just write all over the material and don't worry about reselling it. If it costs you $30, well, you could get $20 from it, but I think it does make it harder to play these games without writing on them. If you do want to do so, you might check out my video on remedial narrative detective school, something like that, where I talk about that, but you can use little post-it flags and write on those and little removable stickers. But for this one, I decided not to write on it. So I've scanned and printed stuff when we want to write on it. Okay, so let's look at let's just review this case here. So first, since we're new to Deadbolt Mystery Society, I think it pays to remind us some things that are different about it. One thing that's important to note is the cabin seems to have been revised in 2022. And I think they fixed some things that we would otherwise complain about in terms of staging multiple acts. Here, there are documents here that are like from today, and there are documents from tomorrow or whatever that look like you really have to hit those in sequence, but there's no indication that they're in sequence, whereas the new revised version had envelopes that it told you to open. Okay. So we're playing the older version, and we're keeping that in mind. So we noticed a couple things that are different about this brand of games from this company. One is that there's heavy use of these QR codes. On various puzzles, we have QR codes. And essentially, when you solve the puzzle, you go to the QR code, you go to a website, and actually it seems like it's most frequently a PDF that's password encrypted. And you use the solution to the puzzle as the password to open the PDF. It's kind of low. There's a lot of use of PDFs by this company. PDFs for the document lists, PDFs for the hint files, PDFs for solving puzzles. It's a little bit weird. Although we did hit a genuine website in one of our puzzles, which we're going to visit at the start of this stream. Okay, so that's the QR codes. It says, don't be afraid to use hint files, ask other people. And it does say, I think this is important because we found this to be true, and I don't think we spent much time thinking about it. It says, look for things in the box that could feasibly connect to each other. See strange symbols on more than one document, maybe they go together. We have found actually lots of times in these puzzles, two documents related to each other, or the pin and another puzzle worked together. I think that's a pattern that we're seeing in this series of games, and it's worth remembering. Okay, and then it says you have to solve all the puzzles. Don't try to solve the game until you do. Business card, that's just an advert for these games. This is the fictional detective agency that we're part of that's used in many, maybe the majority of these Deadbolt Mystery Society games. As is frequent with these kinds of games, the company has created a sort of fictional town and agency, and most of the games are connected to that. They're not completely separate. Okay, these are some cutouts of one of the puzzles. I've just set them aside. I'll talk about them if we need to. The first thing we read was this little collector's card, which this game, again, this is one of these mechanics that this game seems to make lots of use of, or not this game, but the whole series. And it tells us a little bit about the history of the killer in this game, the serial killer in this game, which is a very adult game, I should say. There's death, there's gory scenes being described, lots of people being killed. The company says their games are PG-13. They're definitely more adult than most of these mystery games, which I really like. I'd like there to be more of these scary adult horror mystery games. Okay, so this just describes the scene in 1998 when someone killed 5 camp counselors at Camp Grand Echo. There was one single eyewitness, a camper, who's stepson of local newsman Rockford Callahan, who describes that the killer was wearing a St. Jude medallion. St. Jude is the patron saint of lost causes. So this 1998 killing of 5 camp counselors, we don't know the motive. We don't know who the killer was. Never identified. That's the setup of this case, is that we're now flash forward to 2015, and we've been hired. Where's our initial letter that has hired us? We've been hired by Morty Callahan, which, now that we reflect on it, was probably the witness, the camp counselor who was the witness. He's now a reality TV show producer, and he has decided to make a reunion of the surviving camp counselors. His reunion is called Camp Blood. Here are the surviving camp counselors. There were 12 in total, 6 women, 6 men. 5 were killed, 7 remain. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. They were all promised $10,000 to come on the reunion show and stay in their old cabins. The camp closed down in 1998 after the murders. They're back to film this show. we've been hired by Morty Callahan, the producer, who has a couple of ulterior motives. And our boss says, you know, I don't trust him completely. His motive is to make money on this reality show, but he also wants to find the killer. So he's hired us to work undercover during this reunion show and see if we can't find the killer. And he tells us he's got some ulterior plans to draw out the killer. And that's what this letter says. He's doing a retrospective. He's certain that one of the surviving counselors is really the killer. He wants to capture it on camera to get the ratings, but our boss doesn't completely trust him, and we know he's got some plans to draw out the killer. Okay. Let's see if we can organize this stuff a little bit better. So we've got a bunch of documents from 1998 killing. That's part of our puzzle. We've got crime scene photographs from the 1998 killing. 5 killed in different ways. Each of them killed in different ways. 1 tied up, stabbed with 3 nails. 1 drowned in the lake. 1 maybe couple bludgeoned. Hard to know. Stabbing, bludgeoning among the methods used. 1 looks like they were decapitated. We don't know. We are able to figure out which 5 counselors got killed, their names, but we don't know which one died in which way. It's clear this is a woman here. And it seems like solving that is going to be important for us. Okay, so we've got a bunch of evidence from the 1998 scene, including interviews of the surviving counselors from 1998. And we'll want to reread these at some point because they seem to have little nuggets of clues. So each of our surviving 7 counselors gave their statement contemporaneous with this murder these murders in 1998. They're talking about who was dating who and what they saw, etc., and how they were cruel and feel a little bad. Then we have here, let me jump around a little. Whoop. Oh, it doesn't like it. The green and red are what's triggering the zoom to work. Okay, I can turn it off. Let's see. I'll have to do something different. So it's like the spirit of the camp is doing it. It's a little bit scary. I should have a good way to turn it off. Let's see. I mean, the whole purpose of the autos. I thought I turned it off. Ignore markers here. Okay. All right, that's my plugin that's trying to zoom in. I actually could also fix it. I could also fix it by putting the markers on the table so it saw enough. Okay. John says classic Zoom 1. Okay, so in addition to their 1998 statements, we have our interviews, which we think might be like little promos. Little promos. Sorry, I'm just gonna get the best view here. Promos for the TV show, and they're all talking about, like, at the reunion. They're about to film the reunion, and they're all talking about where their lives are now. And a whole bunch of them want to hook up with the others. Anna says, maybe this producer guy was the camper kid who was the eyewitness. Yes, that's what we've concluded. Sorry if I didn't make that clear. We concluded that the camper eyewitness is the son of Rockford Callahan, i.e., he is Morty Callahan, the guy who's the producer. So yes, we have concluded that. Or it could be the brother, whatever. Okay. All right. So, but what an interesting thing is, at the reunion, they're talking about how they've agreed to do it for $10,000, whatever. But there's a bunch of couples that look like they're saying, now I'm going to have a second chance to get back together with my lost love, another camp counselor. So, for example, Tina is so happy to be able to see Rick again and maybe get a second chance at romance with him. Rick feels the same way about Tina. Then Trish is hoping she can hook up with Stu. Stu is hoping he can hook up with someone, he doesn't say who. Randy is talking about how hot Shelley looks now. And everyone is talking about how different Shelley looks. She looked bad in the old days. Now she looks amazing. Almost didn't recognize her. So Randy wants to hook up with Shelley. Oh my God, she's a knockout, he says. And then Brad also wants to hook up with Shelley. And Shelley talks about how she changed her life. She's not the same girl. She says, in some ways I'm the same girl. The darkness inside of me is still there. I just do a better job of hiding it. So Shelley seems a little scary to us. Okay, but there they are. Now this weird situation with Trish liking Stu and Stu liking someone he doesn't say, maybe back Trish, came up again because in solving one of our puzzles, it was this one. In solving this puzzle of stuff that was found on the wall inside Grand Echo Cave, that translated to Trish has to die next. Trish has to die next. She will ruin your second chance. Trish has to die next. She will ruin your second chance. And there a bunch of them at the reunion interview are talking about second chance. So we were thinking, okay, obviously the killer isn't Trish, unless they're doing some very clever misdirection. So that rules out Trish. And also we think Trish is going to be dead soon. But also, is she talking about Stu when she says ruin your second chance? Is she talking about Stu because Trish liked Stu, and if Trish hooks up with Stu, maybe he won't hook up with who he likes? Or maybe Yor is the person that Stu likes. And so it's saying, like, if Stu likes Randy, it's saying this will ruin Randy's chance if Trish gets Stu instead of Stu getting Randy. Or Jonathan thought, well, maybe this is even this crazy killer talking to themselves, like, it'll ruin my chance. Okay, so we decoded this. This is what brought us to the website that we're going to go to when we're ready to restart our case. Okay. Continuing with the evidence we looked at, we also got a couple of documents that came during the reunion or after it. One is an interview with Morty, or a blog, interview with Morty and a blog. We may want to reread these to see if we can pick anything odd up. But basically talking about the motives of the reunion and some little tips in here, clues dropped that Morty is involved in this case. He said, like, I have a personal connection with, I have a history with the camp. It goes way back. I have a certain vested interest in finding out who did it. And he says, Camp Grand Echo was partially responsible for making me the man I am today. Okay, so just narrative stuff we may want to reread. And then this happened at the very end of our document search. It's something that occurred. We have a big problem here. Morty Callahan's body was just found near cabin 6 before filming was about to begin. Film crew rushed over to cover him up. They weren't quick enough to keep some of the counselors from seeing what happened. Now everyone is in a full-blown panic. Looks like the Reaper's definitely here and eager to finish what was started. And this is a twist, a second twist that happens on the webpage that we just found, which we'll revisit when we get there, but I'll just leave you with that. John says the website was actually the brochure clue. Is that? Yes, you're right. You're right. The new website where we ended yesterday's session was actually from this clue here. This clue here turned out to be decode into a website address, which we opened, and that's where we left off yesterday. This clue is based on these symbols you can see are found at the bottom of these pages. This is a brochure from 1998 camp book. It's got some history of the camp, and then it's got a little map of the cabins. The girls' cabins are on the left, the boys' cabins are on the east, where the cafeteria, the pool, arts and craft, archery is. And then we hear about which counselors are bunking together in which cabins, 2 per cabin. This is where we get the names of each of the counselors and where they were, and this is useful to us for figuring out who died where, because some of our clues seem to be telling us details about the murders. So, for example, we had a really cool puzzle here. That Jonathan and I spent some time on. I Xeroxed it, I copied, looked like they were rearranged to make sentences. I cut these up into squares. We spent, I don't know, a half hour trying to rearrange them to make sentences. We see some things like "at the boat dock" seem to be a phrase, and various details. We didn't make that much progress on it. Well, we made some progress, but then we put it aside. Jonathan thought maybe there's something else that will tell us how to decode it. There are these very odd, there's a double line here and a thick line here, and I was convinced that meant something. I'm still not sure. I don't know what. But then we realized this clue looks like it's down, left, 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 up, left, down, right, down, left, up, up. These are little directional things. And this is a boat dock photo, and this is water related. So we realized this is telling us sentence fragments. So down, left, left, we just looked for what phrases make sense if you go down, left, left, etc. We wrote down all the phrases, and we got from the set of potential ones, we decoded this clue to say, counselor in cabin 6 was found tied up, weighted down, and drowned at the boat dock. We know counselor in cabin 6 that died is Johnny Garner. So now we know that Johnny Garner is this victim 4, and we know how he died. And we've got a little Google document here where we've been keeping track of some stuff. And I guess we could actually add a little entry to his Google Doc. Oh, why aren't you seeing that? We could add an entry to his thing and say, victim number 4. And then per puzzle, he was found tied up, weighted down, and drowned at the boat dock. Okay. That's that puzzle. Here I am indicating what those patterns were, and I noticed that when you find those phrases that make up that word, there are some words that aren't used that almost feel like they're additional information. So we've written down those words that were not used. Shot midnight, was pushed, archery 3, falling, stabbed, missing, female, and bleeding. Anyway, it's possible that those will crop up again. All right. Then we had this puzzle, which was a Caesar cipher. Each letter gets adjusted down by 10. When we decoded that, where is the decoding of that? Why isn't it stapled on to a piece of paper. Which one was this, Jonathan, and why do I not have it attached? Is it part of another one? Not part of that one. It's not part of that one. It's not part of that one. I don't know why I've lost this message. Jonathan, what was this one? John says, question. Now that it seems the surviving counselors are being killed, was the roommate in cabin 6 a survivor? Could it be telling us that they were now killed in the same fashion? Yes, the roommate was Randy Roberts in cabin 6, and he was definitely a survivor. In fact, no pair of people in the same cabin was killed. Where are my notes on that puzzle? Though that troubles me because it's clear we need to know that. This was actually the instructions telling us something. That was the one we couldn't act on. This was the puzzle that said, like, list all the... This one said, list all the victims of Camp Blood, top to bottom, left to right. I believe that's exactly what it said, but somewhere we're going to have to find our code, our writing down of it. That's important because I was going to try to put in the original victims, but Jonathan points out this said Camp Blood. And Camp Blood is the name of the reunion show. So it feels to us like this is sort of one of the last puzzles, and it's telling us we have to collect the list of the new people that are killed. And that we don't know who's been killed yet. But it basically said, list all of the camp, that's what it said, list all of the Camp Blood counselors and then this was top to bottom, left to right. In order. No, I don't know what these... I don't remember what this last was part. But list all of the Camp Blood counselors who died. Top to bottom, left to right. No caps, no spaces. That's what this said. I guess I'll write it down somewhere so we don't have to try to remember that again. Let's put it in our notes. Cabin Crypto said, list all of the dead camp counselors. List all of the dead camp counselors. List all of the dead, not camp. List all of the Camp Blood. That's what it was. List all of the Camp Blood counselors who died, top to bottom, left to right, no caps, no spaces. I believe that's exactly what the message says, but we can double check it if we get it wrong. And so we would scan this in, and that's the password we need to decrypt that. Okay. Then this was another puzzle that required us to figure out how to decode this. We did do this, and it says, when someone tries to take what's mine, it forces me to reap. I will tell you who it wasn't. What's my victim's first name? So when we did this, we found there was only one victim whose name isn't on this list, and that was Brad. So when we opened that document, I believe we found that Brad gets killed. Oh, I see what Anna is saying. I see what Anna is saying. Huh. I did not make that connection, but and maybe that's what Jonathan was saying. It's very interesting. That didn't even occur to me. Okay, so let me just recap what I think Jonathan and Anna are both trying to say that I missed. So we decoded, for example, the boathouse puzzle that says, counselor in cabin 6 was found tied up, weighted down, and drowned at the boat dock. So I was thinking it was telling us information about the 1998 drowning murder, and it was telling us who drowned there, because we don't know. The game didn't tell us who died how in 1998. We know the victim in 1998 was Johnny Garner. But Jonathan and Anna are saying, maybe you're misreading that clue. Maybe it's not telling us how the person died in 98. Maybe it's telling us how the new counselor in the reunion got killed. And it's saying the other counselor in cabin 6 was now tied up, found drowned. If that's true, it would be Randy Roberts. Okay, so let's leave that open. That would make some sense if all the puzzles are happening after the new people are killed. That's one of the problems we encountered with this game, of not being sure what's happening now versus before. But maybe the website will clarify that for us, but that's a very good idea, that all of the puzzles are new deaths. If so, it's telling us that Trish has died. It's telling us that Brad is dead from that other puzzle, and now you were saying it's telling us how Randy is dead. So we're basically eliminating people slowly. I think that's a very good idea. Okay, so that was Brad's information, and maybe we'll open up that webpage and try to remind ourselves at some point. Okay, let's go over these and then I'll show you some of the web pages. Here was another puzzle, another cryptid message that we figured out on our own just by using constraints of English. And then we realized afterwards, well, we could have used this code saying C equals A, M is P, G is R, N is D, E is C. We could have used that to do this more easily, but we enjoyed it. This says, hey, Rick, remember that song that you wrote? There once was a girl named Shelley who was ugly and smelly with teeth like a beaver and a face like a retriever. If she was my girlfriend, I would leave her. So this is a very cruel song. We've read in the reunion how Rick really regrets how cruel he was. They talk about a prank, but he talks about this song he wrote and how it was cruel and he regrets it. But this is the song we now know that he wrote about Shelley, the girl that they all agree is now super hot. And does Rick want to get with Shelley? No, Rick still likes Tina. But anyway, the killer seems to be writing a note saying, hey, remember that song you wrote? And there it is there. And so, did we know what to do with this? I don't think we use this in any way yet. No, we didn't actually use this. We decrypted it, but we don't know why we would use this. Although we now know the words to Rick's song. And then I think this is the last. No, we have got one more puzzle. I guess I should say this puzzle here, which was this puzzle, we decrypted using this document, figuring out that this was an alphabet. Okay, so we don't. That one we had. That one we opened. That one we opened a page. I guess I'm going to show you. I guess I'll show you that now. When we solved this one, we went somewhere that asked us what gets ruined, and it was second chance. And I think, was that this document? Let's see. Oh, let's see. All right, well, it's closed that page. We'll have to do that a different way. All right, well, if we want to look at some of these web pages we had open, we're going to have to put in again. Okay, here it is. So we put this in. We did one of the puzzles. I forget which one it was that asked us what got ruined. And when we did, we got this website. It says Trish didn't make it. We found her like this out in the woods at around midnight. Notice it says at midnight. That's one of the phrases that was not used in one of our puzzles. It said she was strangled to death and staring lifelessly at the moon. It's truly a shame what happened and what's still happening. It certainly seems like the Reaper of Camp Grand Echo is out to finish what was started so many years ago. So here is a new death. We've got now Trish actually was killed now. Now, I can see there are details here that we were just taking as narrative, but that we want to make note of, which is we're told what time Trish was killed. Trish, remember, this is at the reunion. Trish killed midnight, strangled, staring lifelessly in the woods. In the woods. Doesn't tell us what cabin she was found. Strangled, left in the woods. Okay, so the Reaper is at it again. She was strangled in the woods at midnight. Okay. And then, so we're not sure if Brad, I don't remember if we were told how Brad was killed, or if Brad was killed. And then you guys think maybe it was not Johnny, maybe it wasn't, that other puzzle wasn't telling us about how Johnny died in 1988, but how now Randy may have died. Okay, and that message was, so I'll make a note where I thought it was Johnny. I'm going to put or Randy. Counselor in cabin 6 found tied up, weighted down, and drowned at the boat dock. This is tied up. So it may be that the new victims are being killed off in the same way as the old. We may find some of that out soon. Okay. The last puzzle I have on my list here is a campfire seating puzzle. There it was here. And we decoded it from here, where it gave us clues about who sat where. And we know now where they all sat. Johnny on the north, Shelley. And then we saw this, which says, I used the fire as my scythe, cutting the guilty like wheat. And we know a scythe, you sort of run in a circle. Don't bother looking for the bodies. And then it said, am I done? Time will tell. And Jonathan was thinking 9:10 sounds like maybe a clock time. And we were saying, well, if that was 9:10, it would look like this on the clock. That would point to Trish and Rico. For whatever's worth. We don't know what would connect those two, if that really is a time. Or maybe he's telling us what order he kills people in. We know Trish was killed at midnight. We don't know where the other one was killed. And we don't know, maybe we should orient this towards the 1 and the 12. Like maybe the 12 is midnight, in which case it would be Ellen. Sorry, if 12 was midnight, then the 9 o'clock would be Trish, and the 2 o'clock would be, the 9:10 part would be Jean. Not clear. Okay. Jonathan says, I don't think we need to orient the 12 to the northernmost point. Just use 12 on the chart for 12 o'clock. So it might be Tina. It might be Tina at 9 o'clock, and then the minute hand would be pointing over at Jean. Certainly possible. We don't know what that would mean, though, Tina and Jean. Tina or Trish? Tina. Tina and Jean. Both, well, one dead, one alive. Okay, so we don't know how to use, we figured this chart out, but we don't know how to use it, except that it seems like it's probably related to this. And I like the idea that you orient this with 12 at the top, and then you would look at 9:10, which would be hour hand pointing to Tina, minute hand pointing to Jean, but we don't know what to do with that. So we'll just keep these together and go here. And then when we're ready to solve it, we're supposed to know the name of the Reaper, first name of the Reaper, and then name of the one who calls, which we don't know what that is. We don't know who calls anything. We don't know about any calling. Okay, so that's a review of all of our documents and a review of the story without rereading the narrative parts, which I think we will want to reread at some point. It's just a matter of whether we should reread them now or later. So you let me know. What do you think? Do you want to jump to the website where we left off? We're going to take a break before we start with new stuff. But shall we reread these narratives to get us in the frame of mind, the interviews from 1998 and now? Or do you want to jump back into the case and read these towards the end? What would you like? Reread these now. It looks like probably 3 pages worth of reading, assuming we don't want to reread these. Or do you want to wait? What's the verdict from the chat? And then we'll take a break and we'll go back to the website where we left off. Jonathan says, let's do it now and get back into the story. Okay, Jonathan's the boss. So I'll read the 1998 interviews and then we'll read their 2015 thoughts. And we'll get us back into the mood. Tina White, right after the murder, says, I can't believe this happened. Who would have done such a thing? These people were my friends. None of us ever hurt anyone. No one deserved to die like this. We were good to each other. Well, unless you count how we treated... never mind. That has nothing to do with this. I didn't really participate in any of the meanness, but I didn't do much to stop it either. I'm sure all of that is unrelated, though. I'm just thankful Rick is safe. I don't know what I would have done if something had happened to him. The two of us have a future together. That could have easily been destroyed tonight. Rick Healy says, I still can't believe Johnny, Rico, and the others are dead. But I do have an idea who's behind all this. I can't share it, though. What if I'm wrong? We've already damaged this person enough. And I can't take a chance on ruining them even more. Okay, so they're both talking about how they've been mean to some person. And it sounds like Rick thinks that that person they were mean to is the person who did it. Because he's saying, what if I'm wrong? We've done enough bad to them. I'm actually surprised the Reaper didn't get me too. I should never have written that song. But what can I do about it now? We were a very cruel bunch. We took things too far. How could we have known that things would end up like this? Granted, I didn't do anything as bad as that prank, but what I did was still pretty messed up. And it says, I'm really sure. Okay, so now, this is interesting because remember, we've discovered Rick's song. And he seems to be talking about that song, doesn't he? Look what he says. I have an idea behind it. I can't share it. We've damaged this person enough. I can't take the chance. I'm actually surprised the Reaper didn't get me too. I should never have written that song. His song is about Shelley. Oh, it's about Shelley and her boyfriend. Hey Rick, remember the song you wrote? There once was a girl named Shelley who was ugly and smelly with teeth like a beaver and a face like a retriever. If she was my girlfriend, I would leave her. Basically, it's about Shelley. So does he think Shelley did it? We'll read his recent thoughts, but these were his thoughts at the time. Sounds like he might think it's Shelley or someone Shelley was dating, because that song sort of insults them too. Okay, here's Trish, who we know was just killed. 5 dead at Camp Echo. Who would have ever guessed that would be the headline in today's paper? I'm still in shock. And the brutal way they were murdered, each of them were killed in a different way. Drowning, nails through the heart, stabbed in the shower, beaten to death with a hammer, knife through the throat. None of it makes sense. The violent way my friends were killed indicates that someone was really angry with them. It sounds like Trish is going to grow up to be a detective. She's got all the details here. Someone who was really angry with them. The only one I can only think of one person who had a reason to be, but I know they would never hurt anyone. I don't think that person is even capable of something like that. Those 5 did something terrible, and it still angers me to think about it, but is it really possible that they would have been killed over a prank? I promise not to tell anyone, but I may have let it slip to 1 or 2 people. That's a lot of dense useful information for us. First of all, she said those 5 did something terrible, and it still angers me to think about it. Would they have been killed for a prank? So it sounds like the 5 that were killed did the prank. Anna Maria says, I don't think the song was the prank. No, the song was not the prank. He still thinks the Reaper, I think he's saying the Reaper should have killed him for the song, and he took things too far. But he is saying he's not involved in the prank. Trish seems to suggest that the 5 that were killed were the 5 doing the prank. We don't know what the prank was, but the 5 did something terrible. So I think the prank must have been the really bad thing they did, and the 5 that were involved in it did it. Maybe that's why Rick is so sure who the killer is. Whoever that prank was pulled on. But then Trish lets loose this fact here. I promise never to tell anyone about the prank, but I may have let it slip to 1 or 2 people. So Trish may have told someone what 5 people did the prank, and then someone who heard it, who had a sense of justice, did the killing, not the victim of the prank. Quite possible. Here's Stu. I'm still numb from the news. This is a place where people are supposed to be happy. We're supposed to bring joy to kids. How can this place ever be a happy place again after all that's happened? It just doesn't make sense to me. The world is such a cruel place. It wouldn't surprise me if they closed this place down immediately. I have no plans to ever come back here again, I can tell you that. Okay, well, they did close it down. Here's Randy Roberts. This is just like something out of a slasher movie. Counselor's dead at a summer camp. I've watched enough horror flicks to know that the killer doesn't murder without a reason. If you dig deeply enough, a motive will present itself. I don't have one, though. Wasn't super close with all the victims, but Johnny and Rico were friends of mine. I wouldn't have killed any of the victims, but especially not those 2. If the Reaper is someone they played a prank on, it's not going to be one of these people, probably, except maybe Shelley. Maybe it could have been Morty, for all we know. It could have been a kid, not one of the counselors, but Morty is convinced it's a counselor. Okay, here's Brad. I don't know who's responsible for the killings, but I can tell you this much. I saw someone dressed like the Grim Reaper wandering through the woods with scythe in hand. Well, I thought it was a joke. We're always pulling pranks on each other around here, but it wasn't a prank. We're always pulling pranks on each other. But it wasn't a prank. I could have stopped it if I had known. Why didn't I act? The sense of guilt I'm feeling is pretty heavy. But it isn't because of what I did. It's because of what I didn't do. Why didn't I go? Why did I get to live when 5 of my friends were cut down like threshed wheat? And here's Shelley, who's very suspicious to me. Shelley Martin says, this is terrible. Well, I didn't consider any of the people who died to be friends, but I wouldn't have wished that something like this would happen. To be honest, I don't have a lot of friends here. Trish is about it. She's really the nicest person. Everybody else thinks it's fun to be cruel. They don't realize how their words and jokes hurt. Well, it's good we reread these because we're getting new little nuggets that we hadn't realized. So this throws a little bit of a spanner in the theory that it's Shelley, because Shelley says Trish is the only good one amongst them, and she's the friend, and Trish just showed up dead. So surely it's not Shelley, or not Shelley now at least, because Shelley really liked Trish. Okay, those were their 1998 statements. Now let's hear from them at the promos cut for the reunion. Here's Tina. Looks like they're presented in the same order that they were in 1998. Here's Tina. Ever since I got the call about spending one more night here, I've been thinking about the night 5 of my friends died all those years ago. Police never figured out who the murderer was. I'm not going to throw any names, but I will say one thing. The past never stays buried. No matter how much we want it to. Dig up the time capsule we buried the week before the murders. I bet you will find some answers in there. There should be some information about the prank in there. The prank again. There is one thing I've been thinking about since I got the call about coming back here. I will get to see Rick again. The thought makes my heart race a little. Strange how I can think about such a thing in a place like this where such horrible things happened. Okay, and here's Rick. Callahan reopened Camp Echo almost 20 years after it closed because of the murders. That means 20 years with no campers. Yet somehow, some way, the song I wrote all those years ago has managed to survive. Campers were singing it all at the end of this year's camp. I wanted that song to die so badly I regret ever writing it. I thought that song would stay buried forever. It wasn't my proudest moment. I'm not the same person I was back then. I think Tina would attest to that. She and I aren't an item anymore, but I never stopped thinking about her. We haven't been together since camp closed all those years ago, but here we are at the same place. Maybe fate is giving us a second chance. I never really stopped caring about her. Maybe we can rekindle what we had in the past. Stranger things have happened, you know. Trish says, honestly, I was expecting nothing good to come out of this return to Camp Echo other than the 10,000, which will really come in handy. But fate has a way of throwing curveballs at us when we least expect it. Never really noticed Stu when we worked together, but he is really something. Sweet and handsome. He's also single. I think he's the only one of us who never got married. How did I miss that 20 years ago? Maybe being married to an abusive man opened my eyes to what I really wanted and what I needed to steer clear of. It's not often life gives you a second chance. I won't waste this one. So that's Trish. In her 1998 statement, she doesn't say that she's with anyone. Okay. Here's Stu. 20 years ago, I had a lot of feelings bottled up that I was afraid to share. I have regretted not speaking up ever since. I now have the opportunity to fix that, and I'm going to make sure that I don't let life pass me by this time. It isn't every day you get a second chance to tell someone how you really feel. Because of that, I'm thankful to Morty Callahan for bringing us back here. That's worth more to me than 10,000. All right, so we're looking for things that we didn't pick up the first run through. One thing was that they're all married except for Stu. And here's Stu talking about bottled up feelings. I think we're being told Stu's gay. Stu is really handsome. He's also single. I think he's the only one of us who never got married. And then Stu says, I've regretted not speaking up. I had feelings bottled up, was afraid to share. So Stu is going to be gay. That is very clear to me. So let me go into his notes and put an entry that he's probably gay and has romantic feelings for another counselor. That only leaves a couple candidates, right? I'm sorry, I just added that there. Okay, let's go back. Anna says, maybe it was the producer as a kid. He said the camp made him the thing he is. A killer, but let's see that time capsule in the prank first. Don't forget, as far as Anna knows, Marty Callahan turned up dead right before filming. This is our camper. But we'll get back to that later. All right, continuing. Here's Randy. I put the tragedy of Camp Echo behind me a long time ago. You can't carry that burden with you every day. Gets too heavy. Came here with an open mind, eager to see old friends and make an easy 10 grand. What I didn't expect is to see how some of us have changed so dramatically. Brad has lost a ton of weight and gotten in great shape. He was kind of heavy back in the day. Husky is the word the jeans companies used to describe the size he wore. Anyway, enough about him. What about Shelley? Oh my God, she is a knockout. I wouldn't have recognized her if she hadn't told me who she was. I don't know if she's had plastic surgery, learned how to properly fix herself up, or what. But she is gorgeous, and the two of us have hit it off. She isn't the girl I remember. For starters, she isn't a mousy wallflower who's afraid to talk to people. She oozes confidence now, and who could blame her? She's definitely an example of the caterpillar turning into a butterfly. I didn't pick this up when we first read it through about how he's saying we really hit it off. Okay, here's Brad. None of us are the same people we were 20 years ago, but Shelley is the one who's changed the most. I had to take a second look at her when I realized who she was. Never had much to do with her back in the day, but I think I'll try talking to her this go-round. She has blossomed into a beautiful woman. Hopefully she doesn't hold any of the things against me that I said when I was young and stupid. Maybe I will start out with an apology and see where things go from there. If she accepts my mea culpa, then I'll ask her to have dinner with me. Stranger things have happened, you know? And here's Shelley. Is it possible that the real Shelley died, and this new person is now trying to get revenge on... Like, was Shelley the victim of the prank? She killed all of the people who did the prank on her in 1998. And now, somehow, Shelley died, committed suicide, and now it's time to kill all of the counselors who were mean to her. They didn't do bad enough things to her to warrant the original killing, but now that she's committed suicide, someone wants to kill the rest of them. Okay, Shelley says, there comes a certain point in life when you have to decide who you want to be. After the murders, I decided I didn't want to be the mild-mannered Shelley everyone knew and really mostly disliked. I wasn't sure if such a thing was possible, but I was determined to give it a try. I wanted to make myself into something new. Never really thought about a reunion at this place. Given what we went through, that isn't the kind of thing you ever really imagine. I almost turned down the invitation, but then I got to thinking about the way people viewed me during the summer of '98. I wanted to show them how they had misjudged me. I wanted them to realize that they were wrong about me. I'm not the same girl I was back then. Of course, well, some parts of a person don't change no matter how much they try. I guess in ways I'm the same girl I was back then. The darkness inside me is still there. I'll just do a better job of hiding it now. Okay. So those are our interviews. That sets the stage. It's actually pretty compelling situation we're in here. And then story-wise, we've got an article about Camp Blood being filmed. Just saying no one was ever apprehended. Morty Callahan is a local eccentric millionaire known for his fascination with true crime and horror memorabilia. For years, Morty claimed that the Reaper was actually one of the camp counselors. Or was it Morty himself? But he hasn't been able to prove it. This year he's going to change it. He has invited them all together. They have to spend Halloween night at the campgrounds. They're going to film this special. What Morty doesn't tell any of them is he has also retained the services of the Will Street Detective Agency to spend the night at the camp and learn as much about the counselors as possible to determine which of them is really the Reaper. Jonathan says Stu might be gay, but I think maybe Shelley had a crush on him. Stu said how cruel the camp was, so I think maybe he was nice to Shelley. Now Shelley wants Stu and has to take Trish out. Speculation. Interesting. She has lots of confidence now. Maybe she's got the confidence to do it. But I don't think she would kill the one girl that was nice to her. I don't believe it. I don't believe it, Jonathan. Okay, so everyone showed up. And then, okay, this actually is telling us about the time capsule. Maybe we should start leaving this notes here. So actually I'd forgotten that this told us about the time capsule. I think some of the puzzles were supposed to be in there. I'm not sure. Okay, but anyway, let's see what it says. The contents are mostly mundane. Items like cassette tapes, snack foods from the era, newspaper clippings from '98, and other assorted junk. However, there are a few strange documents that Morty doesn't recognize. This night is about spectacle, nostalgia, and getting footage that will bring him ratings for his reality show. Best way to get ratings is to draw the Reaper out after so many years. He knows what to do. In an effort to antagonize the killer, Morty falsely claims that he has found evidence in the time capsule that reveals the Reaper's true identity and will be broadcasting his findings to the world before the night is through. Nobody takes Morty or his theories seriously until the sun goes down and Morty's murdered body is found behind one of the cabins. Without a doubt, the Reaper has returned and is out for blood. Now the race is on to discover the true identity of the Reaper and bring the killer to justice before everyone at Camp Echo is slaughtered. So this comes right after Morty's found dead, because he falsely claimed that he now had evidence that would reveal who the Reaper was. And then lastly, we have this interview with Morty. He says he's got his formidable years in Valley Falls. He became one of the world's biggest TV producers, lots of serial killer documentaries or stories. His new show, he's going to bring them back. After claiming for years that the Reaper had to be one of the surviving counselors, he's going to try and unmask the villain and solve the crime live at Camp Blood. That's the reunion show. Let's get right down to the most obvious question. Why are you doing this? Why resurrect this? He says, those who forget the past are doomed to repeat it. Maybe this is just my way of trying to close the chapter on this particularly grisly book. The culprit was never apprehended. Technology has advanced so much in the past 20 years. Maybe forensics can help. Maybe putting everyone in a room again and forcing them to talk about it could help. Maybe showing the public some interesting items we found that have never been seen before could help. He's saying he's going to, all of this new stuff could help find the real killer. I still am a little suspicious of him, but why would he hire the detectives and everything? Okay, you're known for your macabre fascinations. Is the real purpose to catch the killer? Or is this just another way of tickling your terror bone? He says, if possible, I want to catch the person. Why wouldn't I? If I can use my celebrity influence to create an environment that draws the killer out again, I owe it to the surviving counselors to give them closure. I have a particular history with Camp Grand Echo that goes way back. I have a certain vested interest in finding out who did those terrible things to those 5 counselors. Reporter says, what kind of history do you have? Well, let's just say that Camp Grand Echo was partially responsible for making me the man I am today. That's cryptic. Then again, what else would we expect from you? I can't give you everything. I can't give everything away. Who knows? Some of it may come out in the show. Do you have any theories of who the Reaper is? None I would care to share just yet. If things go the way I hope they will, the entire story will blossom in front of the cameras like a dark flower, opening layer after layer of bleak history to the viewer. Aren't you afraid of the killer starting up again if you dig too deeply? Some things should stay buried, shouldn't they? I have taken precautions to make sure that everyone will be safe. The last thing I need is someone to get murdered on my set. Do you know what those sort of things cost? Fair enough. Do you put any stock in the old story that the local Chinook tribes told about Grand Echo Cave? Now that's an interesting question. I will say this. The Chinook knew more about this area than anyone. They were more in touch with nature than any of us are now, and the connection gave them access to certain information that we can't tap into. I've explored that cave, and I heard some things I can't explain. I'm not going to say that there really are evil spirits living in there, but I'm not prepared to say there aren't either. It's a place I never want to go back to. The Chinook steered clear of the place for a reason. Well, maybe that should be the theme of your next show. He says, brilliant. I'll give you all the credit. Sounds good. Okay. I think that catches us up. The only thing would be if there are any documents we read online that I haven't looked at. Were there any other QR codes? We saw when Trish had died. We saw that when Trish had died. This one doesn't have a QR code. This one had a this one with Brad had a QR code. Jonathan, do you remember what we got when we did that? Let's do it again, I guess, since I'm not sure. So we're gonna go to the camera. We're gonna scan it. Let me show you this. You might be interested in this view of Sarah sitting at the desk. Okay, let's open this up. Okay. And that was Brad. Okay, Brad was poor in archery, but poor in self-defense. I reaped him like I reaped the others. So just confirming that Brad was killed. That's all it was. But we're not told in what form he was killed. Brad was killed, Trish was killed, and now we think maybe I was wrong about that other statement being about the 1998 killing. So maybe Randy was killed. So maybe 3 of the 7 survivors have been killed so far. And the camp counselor. Okay. We'll take a break now. This has all been recap. The first hour and 20 minutes, discussion and recap. All right, we'll take a break now. We'll come back and we will go to the website where we left off at the end of yesterday's session. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back and ready to get started. So, the last puzzle, I had a, I was talking, sometimes we talk about theories in the chat on breaks. It's probably not the healthiest thing, because if you're watching, you miss all that. But I was saying that the note from Killing Brad said, poor in archery, that's because the puzzle had to do with him getting a poor score. And then it said, but poorer in self-defense. I was wondering if that's a clue about how he died. And then I was thinking about Jonathan's theory about the clock matching two people. And I was thinking, is it that it's telling us it's pairing counselors, one old death with one new death, then killing them in the same way? And is there a way by connecting the pairs that it will all make sense, or something will be revealed, something to consider? Then I was thinking, well, maybe it's that in the first set of murders, one counselor from each cabin almost got killed, and maybe their roommate killed them. And then if you look at the if you look at who was killed in the first 1998, the only cabin, each cabin had one person killed in it, except for cabin 4. Each of the 6 cabins had one person killed, except for cabin 4. That's already a little suspicious. That was cabin 4 with Brad and Rick in it. So I was thinking, maybe it's a bizarre idea, but what if it wasn't just one Reaper, but like every roommate killed their roommate, but not cabin 4? But then in our new murders, Brad just got killed. That seems to argue against that, although if Rick is the killer, maybe... No, if he didn't kill his roommate on the first time... Okay, Anna says, I'm very curious about the time capsule. Okay, it's time for us now to resume where we were at the end of yesterday's session. The end of yesterday's session, we finished the code that was based on the... Oh, by the way, we've got only one puzzle, really, that we didn't know how to make sense of yet. That's this one here. So we'll get to this later. We'll work on this later. But at the end of the last session, we solved this code. These things were the order, so I cut each column up and rearranged it, and when we did, it spelled out a URL address, www, that the Reaper of campgrandecho.com. So that's what we're going to reopen that web page. Jonathan says, was Rick the one who was surprised that he was not killed for the song? Yes. Yes, Jonathan. Rick was the one who was surprised he was not killed for his song about Shelley. Why? Is that relevant? Do you have a theory about that? He was from the cabin where both survived, yes. In fact, he also tells us who's friends with who, right? Randy says, Johnny and Rico were friends of mine. That's why I especially wouldn't kill them. And Rick has an idea who might be behind it, but he can't share it. What if I'm wrong? We've already damaged this person enough. No real theory, just notice things like maybe he was supposed to die that night. I see. I don't think so. I think the 5 people who died were the people who ran that prank. That's why he didn't die. It was the killer specifically targeted the 5 and only 5 who ran the prank. Okay, so here we are at the website, and we're ready to begin. So we open the scary website, and we got this. Who is the Reaper of Camp Grand Echo? I'm not the Reaper, but you did find out my secret. I'm not really dead. If you found this site, you must have discovered that handbook from 1998 that I hid in one of the cabins and used it to decrypt the message that I left behind. Obviously, you can determine that I'm still very much alive. Not everything you see is real. The Reaper didn't behead me at the beginning of the filming for Camp Blood. I've worked in Hollywood for a very long time, and I know some very skilled makeup artists who can work wonders with a little putty, some cornstarch, food coloring, and their imagination. How else am I supposed to draw the Reaper out? This is the only way I could think of. The only problem is that it worked a little too well. I didn't think the Reaper would start killing again, not with the cameras rolling. In any case, there is some information on this page that I was saving for the show, but I guess it's a fight for our lives now, so all bets are off. Use all the info here to help you figure out what's going on, and hurry, Morty. So Morty is alive, not dead. He faked his death to draw out the Reaper, so this urgent thing that came up was faked. He faked his death. It's interesting that he faked his death of a beheading to make it looked a little bit like this victim in 1998. But anyway, and now he's showing us his show notes, and some of these are like little hints. He says, on the cabin drawing, -10 means 10 steps means 10 steps backward. Okay, we already decoded that using a Caesar cipher of -10. Let's see what else he's got. Revelations from Grand Echo Cave. The writing on the cave wall definitely means something. Once you've figured it out, click on the image of the cave to see what's revealed. Note password equals what might be ruined. No caps, no spaces. Okay, so that is telling us this was interesting to note in terms of mechanics of how this game works, because just to remind you, a little messy here, to remind you why this is mechanically interesting. When we decoded this message here, we figured it out, but we didn't know what to do with that information. When we decoded it, that information said, Trish has to die next. She will ruin your second chance. So we got this, we figured out this message, but we didn't know if there's anything to do with it. So now this web page says yes. Once you know what this says, go to tap on the tablet, visit this page, open that document. We did that. That was the page you've already seen with, oh, it's gone now, but that's the page you've already seen. Is it here? With Trish dead. Okay, so when we tapped on this yesterday, that's when we found out Trish was dead. Okay, so now we're back to what's really brand new. Item pulled from the time capsule. Items pulled. We've got an audio interview, a mysterious letter. So we're going to start here with the audio that we're going to listen to together, if all goes well.
Shelley told me this in confidence and made me promise not to tell. I nearly went to the police because I felt like somebody needed to know. People at this camp have been extremely cruel to her, and I don't know why. Mostly I've looked the other way until now. The prank they played on her really crossed the line. She nearly died. Rico pretended to like her and took her on the lake for a romantic sail. Johnny, Ellen, Dana, and Jean were nearby in another boat. They came and got Rico and left poor Shelley out there in the middle of the lake by herself. They even took her paddles. Shelley panicked and flipped her canoe over. She can't swim. She managed to grab the canoe and hold on to it, but she was stuck there, floating in the lake for the entire night. The night was cold, and the water leached all the heat out of her. On top of almost drowning, she nearly froze to death. Some campers found her the next morning. She lied and said it was an accident because she didn't want the truth to come out, but it wasn't an accident. Those 5 nearly killed her and thought it was funny. Can you believe it?
Okay, Jonathan said it's very quiet. It was quiet for me too, but I'm not sure I have control over that. Let's see if I change the volume here, if it's louder.
Shelley told me this in
Not really, right?
and made me promise not to tell. I nearly went to the
Oh,
police
maybe.
because I felt like somebody needed to know. People at this camp have been extremely cruel to her, and I don't know why. Mostly I've looked the other way until now. The prank they played on her really crossed the line. She nearly died. Rico pretended to like her and took her on the lake for a romantic sail. Johnny, Ellen, Dana, and Jean were nearby in another boat. They came and got Rico and left poor Shelley out there in the middle of the lake by herself. They even took her paddles. Shelley panicked and flipped her canoe over. She can't swim. She managed to grab the canoe and hold on to it, but she was stuck there, floating in the lake for the entire night. The night was cold, and the water leached all the heat out of her. On top of almost drowning, she nearly froze to death. Some campers found her the next morning. She lied and said it was an accident because she didn't want the truth to come out, but it wasn't an accident. Those 5 nearly killed her and thought it was funny. Can you believe it?
Wow, that is a cruel prank, and she didn't even tell anyone. They left her in the middle of the lake overnight. 5 of them did this prank against Shelley. The 5 who were killed. Very, very telling. Anna Maria says Rico is Rick who wrote the song. No, they're 2 different people. Rico is one of the people who got killed, and Rick is very much alive. It's just Rick. They were all sort of teasing her. All right, I turned it off, so now I gotta turn it back on. Okay, so yeah. So you can see Rico is separate from Rick. Rico is one of our dead people. All right, so the 5 that did this prank on the river in the kayak ended up dead. That's a serious prank. That's pretty cruel. All right, let's continue here because now we have a mysterious letter. Okay, let's click this. Before I click this, do you think this letter is going to be a new letter, a PDF, or is it going to point to something we've read already in the document set? I think it's going to be new, which is exciting. Download. Open. PDF reader. I missed it. Did it say 10-page letter? Wow. Did it say, oh, we're in Firefox and it's working? Firefox didn't want to work before with these PDFs. Let's see. Oh, I see. No one who buried their secrets in the time capsule at Camp Grand Echo thought they would be dug up for 50 years. Maybe they should have been more careful. Note, to unlock the file, answer this question, face like a... Okay, we know this, because this is in the... Okay, so here you go. This is how these are how these mechanics work. So in the song that Rick wrote about Shelley, the lyrics were... Remember this song you wrote? There once was a girl named Shelley who was ugly and smelly with teeth like a beaver and a face like a retriever. If she was my girlfriend, I would leave her. That's a very cruel. Kids can be cruel. So retriever. Okay, so now we can open this back up. All right. This is a 10-page document. This is exciting. Okay, let's see. Retriever. Here we go. Oh, it's not 10 pages, it's just one. If we love someone, we should be able to tell them how we feel. I don't know why I can't just confess my feelings. I should be able to, but I feel paralyzed, helpless. I've been spending a lot of the time in the cave. I can be myself there. I can think, I can feel, I can think. I can feel how I want to feel and not be judged by anybody. My heart hopes for a good outcome, but my brain thinks it's a lost cause. Thanks, St. Jude. I overheard what Johnny and the others did. I know it wasn't an accident. It was done deliberately. When I think about that deep down in the cave, love isn't what I'm focused on anymore. It's more primal instinct that scares me a little. Okay, well, I think it's clear he's gay and likes one of the boys, but he's mentioning St. Jude. Remember, that's the medallion seen on the Reaper. And now he's saying he overheard what they did. And he knows it wasn't an accident, right? The prank they pulled. And when he thinks about it, it fills him with anger. Remember, this was left in the time capsule back in 1998, so it represents his contemporaneous thoughts. Is that it? Is it that simple? Is he the killer? would it make sense with the message he said about Trish? So Trish likes Stu. If Stu is our killer, where is the note about Trish? Would that make sense that he would write that note? Would he, if it was Stu, would he write a note that said, Trish has to die next, she will ruin your second chance? Not really, because Trish liked Stu. How is she going to ruin his second chance? So, Stu being the culprit does not make sense with that note we saw about Trish has to die next. All right, let's go back and see what's next here. Where it all began. Want to know why I'm so interested in the Reaper of Camp Grand Echo? Here's why. It started in the cabin, my cabin. Note, use the first name of the person found at the dock to unlock the file. Okay, so this is either Johnny or Randy, depending on whether that clue that we decoded. Counselor in cabin 6 found tied up, weighted down, and drowned at the boat dock. So this is either the person who died from 1998 or we're told it's a new person. So your theories were good that it was telling us about someone new who's died. But now I think it's not. I think now it's a newspaper quote, basically, about the 1998 murders. And it's telling us Counselor in cabin 6 was found tied up and weighted down and drowned at the boat dock. So I think it's asking us for Johnny. We'll find out. It's either Johnny or no one. But I think the theory that that boat dock note was telling us someone new died turned out to be wrong. Okay. Now, I just want to say I'm really enjoying this sort of part 2, act 2, giving us these bunch of new documents. It's an interesting way to do it, that it's giving them to us online in sort of multimedia format, especially the audio. Anna says the first was a girl, right? No, it's not used. It's not asking for the first. It's saying it all happened in a cabin. This is where we're going to find out that Morty Callahan was the camper. But he's saying use the first name of the person found at the dock. So I think we know one person drowned at the dock. That's going to be the camper in cabin 6. And we know the camper who died in cabin 6 was Johnny. So I believe the answer to this is going to be Johnny. So we download it. We open it. We say, better just do just once in case we're in trouble. So I think this answer is going to be Johnny. No. Okay, what did I misunderstand then? What did I misunderstand? The first name of the cabin 6 person who was drowned and weighted down was Johnny. What am I misunderstanding? Try the modern roommate. Okay, well, if your theories are correct that it was his roommate, then the answer to that would be Randy. Okay, cabin 6 is Johnny and Randy. Okay, let's try Randy. Maybe you were right. Oh, you were right. So I stand corrected. You were right. Randy was just killed. Randy was just killed at the reunion. Okay, but here's still an article. Now we're back in time again. Reaper witness discovered by Dexter Greeley. On October 8th, 1998, new information obtained in the Reaper murders. It has only been a few days since the community was rocked by a series of brutal, unsolved murders at Camp Grand Echo. No suspects have been identified. Authorities are having a difficulty determining who might have had a motive to kill 5 camp counselors. Some of the camp staff have reported seeing a figure dressed as the Grim Reaper. For the past 4 days, local authorities have been at a standstill in the investigation. That may have changed today as a new lead has been identified. Although the Thornmeyer County Sheriff's Department is remaining tight-lipped about this new development that has come to light, inside sources have confirmed that there was a witness to one of the killings. It was one of the campers. The source confirmed. One of the boys was hiding in his cabin while the rest of the campers were up at the dining hall. He heard the screams of his counselor being murdered outside. Hiding in his cabin, he heard the screams of his counselor being murdered outside. Although he was scared for his own life, this kid crept outside and saw the Reaper kill Johnny Garner in cold blood. At one point, he thought the killer saw him and raced back to his cabin where he hid under the bed for 4 hours until police arrived at the scene. We're trying to determine if the camper noticed any pertinent details that might be useful in identifying the killer. For obvious reasons, we can't release his name to the public. Information, however, may be forthcoming if we learn anything of use. Follow-up calls to the TCSD have gone unanswered, and local authorities are unwilling to talk to the press. More on this story as it develops. And then there's a little bit of an article to the right, but it looks like it's about the UN. Not a local story. Uruguay, Chinese. Okay. So we do know let's see, is there anything else in here we need to know? So he witnessed Johnny Garner getting killed. And now we know Randy. Make sure to add Randy is dead to the digital notes when done with this article, Jonathan says. Okay, so what is there anything new we discovered here? Only that we're reminded that one of the campers witnessed it, and we think that's Morty. And he saw Johnny Garner killed. Okay. So he saw Johnny Garner killed, and he says he saw the St. Jude medallion on his neck from this card. St. Jude medallion around his or her neck. Okay. Anything else? He thinks he might have been spotted. He raced back, the killer didn't chase after him, maybe because he had trying to kill the pranksters. Okay, but this doesn't seem to hold any information for us. Jonathan says the subtext here is that this camper was young, too young to be the killer. I think you're right. He was too young. He probably wouldn't have known about it. Anyway, but yeah, I think Jonathan's right. The camper was a young kid. So, okay, let's add to our notes that Jonathan at first, and then Anna also agreed that it was a modern killing. Okay. So we're going to say Randy was killed in 2015, and we know how he was died. He was weighted down and drowned at boat dock. Killed in 2015. Who else was killed in 2015? Let's add that information here. Trish, killed in 2015 at midnight, strangled And then Brad was killed in 2015. How was Brad killed? We don't know, but lack of self-defense. Jonathan says, let's note Trish and Brad are dead as well. Okay, so we've done it. So Rick is still alive. Shelly's still alive. Stu is still alive. I'll put a little note next to the ones that are dead. Or actually, I wonder if we could... Yeah, I guess a little asterisk will do it. Randy's dead. Johnny's dead. Stu is alive. Rico is dead. Brad is now dead. Gene died early. Trish is now dead. I gotta put these consistently, or the OCD people are triggering. Okay, Gina's dead. Tina's alive. Ellen is dead. Okay. All right. Now, let's just reorganize a little bit. All right. Shall we see what else is on that website, if anything, that we haven't done yet? So we got audio recording, we got a newspaper article that just seems to have everything, nothing really new for us. I found this strange diagram outside one of the cabins. I think it corresponds to the Camp Blood casting sheet. Okay, well, you can see what this is, right? This is redundant information for us. So here's the casting sheet. Here's the strange diagram. But you'll remember on one of our puzzles, we decoded it. It said list the dead Camp Blood people left to right, top to bottom. So this is just telling us we find the ones that died in what order, like this. So this is just redundant about that. Stop. All right. Anna Maria says, Shelly and Stu are very suspicious, so maybe it was Rick. When he said, I was surprised I wasn't killed, was just his trick. Well, it could be. All right. What have we got left? What? Look at this. Contact me. I have something important to tell you. I want to do it privately. Put help as subject, Mort. Send an email to Morty at the Reaper of CampGrandEcho.com. Be sure to check your spam file. John says, Rick and Tina could be dead since we have clues that mention their name. I'm not sure I understand that. Jonathan, can you clarify? Rick and Tina could be dead since we have clues that mention their name. We have the thing that said Rick remember this song. So Jonathan is saying, is that a little bit like the Brad thing? Is that telling us implicitly that Rick is dead? And Tina was the one on the clock face. Yeah, that's Jonathan saying all the clues mention people who died, and the game hasn't been explicit. Like, we just had to type in that Randy was dead, but it didn't really tell us he was dead. That's a very That's a real possibility. Okay, but we've now reached the end of this website, except it wants us to email. So, and then we've got one more puzzle. And to remind you, the game says that when we're ready to solve it, we need to figure out the name of the Reaper and then the caller. The name equals the one who calls. The one who calls. We don't really know what that means. The one who calls. Someone said Trish or Tina said she thought of calling the police in her message, but she didn't. All right. Well, it's picking it up over there. We might get an actual phone call at some point. though not given our phone number yet. That's an interesting theory. Look at this quote. It is not death that a man should fear, but he should fear never beginning to live. That sounds like it could be a quote from Stu saying he never actually lived. Okay, well, I have to go put in my email, and I'm a little bit... Well, I can do it here while you're not looking, but I don't know if I'll be able to check it. But we can try it, since I don't have to show it to you. Not that you guys don't have my email, but let's... Okay, let's see. Oh, I have to send an email there. Okay, so what we'll do is we'll... it's a little early, but we'll take a 5-minute break, and I'll go send this email. Hopefully it'll come within the 5 minutes, and then we can get and look at it. So I'll see you in 5 minutes. Okay, we're back. I've emailed Morty through Time back in 2015, and I've got a reply. Let's take a look at it. Morty says, "Thanks for contacting me. I've learned some very serious things about what's going on at Camp Grand Echo, but I don't want to broadcast them to the world. I don't want everybody here at the camp to go into full-blown panic mode. Anyway, here's something that might be useful to you." Looks like it's a PNG image. Then it says all letters can only be transposed once. I wonder if he's talking about on the image you transpose letters or in the URL you transpose letters. Let's try clicking it. I'm going to click away just in case this opens up the rest of my email when I click on it. Okay, it didn't. So here we go. I think I might have some information that might help you. F is G, J is E, P is F, Q is M, V is N, X is H, Z is V. We already decoded that message unless it's... I mean, we know that from the... That's the key to our other email, our other puzzle, I believe. Although we do have another one. Actually, we do have another one. Key. I think it is the key to the new one. And in fact, it's actually told us something that I wrongly stated yesterday. That's good. Okay, let's take a look at this. I think I have some information. F is G. All right, I guess we got to write this down. A screenshot would be better, but it's too difficult. F equals G. This is the key to our last remaining puzzle. J is E. P is F. Q is M. V equals N. Maybe this is the key that we used before. This is the same key we used to do the other puzzle. I'm thinking maybe it's the new puzzle too. Now, what's this? I hired a cryptographer to work on that cipher from 1998. Oh, that's the new one. He sent this to me, but I haven't had a chance to see if I can use it to crack the code. I see. We do have the code. We do have that quote on the thing about Marcus Aurelius. So I think those all might be cool. But okay, he's giving us a clue here. Romans, Bible, months, planets, numbers, lakes, music, and colors. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. So that's the end of that website and Morty's help for us. All right. Now, let us look at this again. The F to G to J and E, that is from this puzzle. X went to H, J went to E, P went to F. So this is the key for the song puzzle. So I think this was just help if you missed this. But then he says this help, this is for the 1998 puzzle, which is our remaining puzzle. Romans, Bible, months, planet, numbers, lakes, music, colors. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So Romans, Bible, months, June, July, August, September, October, months. But I think I was going to say it might be the same key. That's what I was going to think. Because I was thinking the FF could be GG. We were saying yesterday that that the only double letters would be E's and O's. But actually, in English, you sometimes get double G's. So that would be reasonable. But not double S. And S doesn't translate. So, months. April, May, June, July, August, September, October. This is an O. Okay, Bible. Genesis, something, Deuteronomy. Genesis, something, 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 Deuteronomy. Romans, look what this is. V, X, L, C, D. These are prefixes for Roman numbers. Okay, Jonathan says Leviticus is missing in Bible, so that would make this an L. Okay, what about this? This is going to be an I, right? Isn't that how the Roman numeral? First you start the I, then V, then X, then L, then C, right? 1s, 5s, 10s, and so on. Okay, what's next? Planets. Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, Mars, Venus. That's going to be a V for Venus. Mars, Venus, something. Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus. These are going outwards, right? What? Oh, I'm drawing a blank on some of our other planets. But Mars and Venus sound right here. Earth. Earth is the one I was missing. All right, Genesis, Exodus, John says Leviticus. Okay, next up, numbers. 5, 6, no. 10. First, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth. That's an E. Lakes. I don't know my lakes. Lake Ontario, Lake... Let's skip lakes for a second. Music. Those are scales. Would that be an E, G, B, D, F? I'm just trying to think of my scales on the guitar. E, F, G, A, B, but why would you be missing some? And then colors, orange, yellow, green, blue, something violet. But how would you know what would be missing here? Red, orange, yellow, green, blue. This is a color scale. And so I think this is going to be red going to blue. You go red, orange, yellow, green, blue. I think that's going to be right. I think that's going to be R for red. All right. Ontario, Michigan, Erie, Superior. But what would be this one? And then for music. For music. I'm thinking it's musical scales. So what about a piano? What are the white keys on the piano? They're sort of like... My gut tells me it would be an E if it's a note. E is the... But C is a good one too. You might be able to, if we knew the rest of it. Like, what do we do with it once we know this? Once we get all these letters, do they connect? Because then we could infer the rest. I-L-O-V. I love, oh my God, look at that, stew. Or I-L-O-V-E. I love something, something, something. It's a 3-letter word. It could be her, H-E-R. That's what it is. It's going to be H-E-R. I love her, H-E-R. So that would make H be a lake, music be an E, and color a red. What is the lake H? Lake Huron. Is this Canada? Is that what this company is from Canada? And is Lake Huron a Canadian lake? And surely this musical scale is the five Great Lakes. Okay, I don't know anything about the Great Lakes, but that makes sense. Okay, that's fun how we were able to constrain it with other information. But now the game says you could use the internet, so if we could have searched for Great Lakes, whatever. Okay, E, G, B, D, F. What scale is that? What is it? A piano scale that doesn't have A? I mean, on the guitar, there would be an A in there somewhere, so I don't know. Major chords, is that what it is? I just don't know why A isn't there. I mean, I'm sure this is right, but okay, so in 1998, at the crime scene where Johnny Garner was found, is this note. Can I suggest that the person tied up, drowned with weights, is that someone committing suicide? Did Johnny Garner commit suicide and leave this note? But he was one of the ones that pranked her, right? What was his role? It wasn't to take her out to the lake. Rico did that. And the rest of them left her. Okay. So maybe this is just a message from the Reaper saying, this is why I killed these people, because I love her. Maybe Stu's not gay. Maybe he always loved Shelley. Oh, it really feels like he's gay. If he always loved Shelley, yeah, that's what Jonathan Warner says here. Same thing I was thinking. Maybe Stu was not gay, but had unrequited feelings for Shelley. Killed her for revenge. Not sure why he never got with Shelley. Well, it's a lot of peer pressure with young kids. If everyone was making fun of Shelley, maybe he was afraid. Let's read his new statement and see if, within that light, anything makes more sense. 20 years ago, I had a lot of feelings bottled up I was afraid to share. I've regretted not speaking up ever since. Now I have the opportunity to fix that. I'm going to make sure I don't let life pass me by. It isn't every day you get a second chance to tell someone how you really feel. Because of that, I'm thankful to Morty Callahan for bringing us back. It really feels like he was gay when he was talking about going in the cave. Like, why would he, you know... I think maybe someone else loved her. Who else would have loved her, though? Someone who's still alive, unless the theory about Johnny committing suicide by tying himself into a lake. But let's think about that. Let me think about my theory for a second. Let's say Johnny's the Reaper. He kills everyone else who did the prank and then kills himself. And now here's the reunion, and Shelley has learned and blames all the rest of them. So my theory is that there's a different Reaper at the different in 1998. That the Reaper from 1998 killed himself. Very interesting. I love her. All right. But now, having solved this last code, what do we do now? Jonathan says, I wish we knew if Tina and Rick were really dead, because that's all, is type in all the names. That's why Shelley went with Rico to the lake. Anna, can you explain what you mean? That's why... What if it said, I guess we shouldn't jump to super conclusion that it's her, because him would also fit. Can we just make sure it's not I am? Is it possible that magenta, orange, yellow, green, blue, violet? Magenta is red and blue. So I don't think it makes sense. I think this is I love her. And I wouldn't really make sense in terms of music. So I do think it says, yeah, it's gotta be, I think it is gotta be her. Okay, so now let me get back to what Anna was saying, because I didn't really understand. That's why Shelley went to Rico to the lake, although she couldn't swim. Looks like Shelley liked Rico. I see. It looks like Shelley liked Rico. Where do we know that? Where do we know that Shelley liked Rico? Let's look at her original 1998. She says she's friends with Trish. That's it. She doesn't say anything about Rico. I mean, she may have... I mean, obviously, if he took her out to the lake, she must have thought that he liked her and went on a date. But, I didn't really pay much attention to the audio story of the prank in terms of matching up the 5 people. I just assumed that the 5 people that Trish told us about were the 5 people in the prank. Do we remember? She explicitly says Rico took her out on the lake and the rest of them picked him up and left her out there, right? Doesn't give us any other detail, but does it explicitly tell us the 4 who died were the ones that picked him up? She went with Rico to the lake even though she couldn't swim, right? Well, she went on a date or whatever. Maybe not even a date. I wouldn't jump to, I mean, I guess she liked him a little, but I'm not sure. Like, just because you can't swim doesn't mean you must have had to be in love to go out on the lake. All right, so what we've got, where's that card? Where's the card? Where's the card with the thing about time being a key part of the puzzle? Here. Okay, let's look at this again. So there's our seating chart. We haven't yet used this for anything. And then we've got, there isn't much left to find. Am I done, or are there others in need of killing? Time will tell. Okay. So if Jonathan's theory is right, then Rick is dead because we found Rick's song, and Tina's dead because the hour's pointing to Tina and the minute hand's pointing to someone else who's dead. That's weird. Okay, but essentially the puzzle asking us to name the people who died at the reunion, left to right, top to bottom. We know 3 people who for sure died, right? And then we've got 2 more, depending on how you read the mechanics of the puzzle, who died. So that would be just 2 things to try, right? Unless we're not understanding the clock thing, right? So let's make our lists. Essentially what we're saying is that if we had to make a list of who, let's call these camp blood victims, what we've got here is what is my I fixed my thing. Control Shift 8. Nope. Okay. Sorry. So the camp blood victims we know are Trish and Brad. Sorry, I should be looking at the screen. That's the whole point of this whole thing that I set up. Trish, Brad, and Randy we know are dead based on not just evidence but the clues that make us confirm it. But then maybe also based on these other 2 clues, maybe Rick is dead based on the song we found of his. And then on from these 2 puzzles, these 2, 9, 10, if we orient this at 12 of the clock, and 9, 10 would be 9 and 2. would be Tina and Jean, and Jean is already dead, so that would be Tina. So the maybe deaths are Rick and Tina. Okay, and then if we did these left to right, top to bottom, right? If it's let's look at our lists. Okay, if it's left to right, top to bottom, and it's just our first list of 3, so I do auto zoom and then I say ignore the markers, ignore the markers. Okay, so if it's our top list of Trish, Brad, and Randy, then our list is lowercase Trish, Rick, sorry, not Rick, he's not confirmed dead. Trish, Brad, and Randy. Okay, Trish, Brad, and Randy with no spaces and no caps. If it's the full list of 5, then we've got Tina, Trish, Rick, Brad, and Randy. Do we agree? Depending on how we read the clues, from left to right, top to bottom, it actually says top to bottom, left to right. But I think it just means top. First we go across. Top to bottom. I don't know why we're still confused about that. We were given the diagram. So yeah, go like this. All right. So are we agreed that these would be the 2 lists, depending on the audience? Jonathan says yes. Okay, so let's try doing that. So we're going to scan this code in from this puzzle. List the Camp Blood counselors who died. All right, let's do it. Options, we open it. Just now. Okay, assuming this is the right file, it's a little bit troubling. Okay, so let's try our 2 lists, which actually I didn't write down, so I gotta remember them. Trish, Brad, and Randy. Let's try our first. Which one do you think is more likely? Let's try this one. Trish, Brad, Randy. No. Okay, so maybe then our backup theory is that it's our full list. Tina, Trish, Rick, Brad, Randy. Tina, Trish, Rick, Brad. Let's see if I can do it this way. So we move this over to here. We say copy. Then we switch. We say paste. We turn it on. Can't tell. Okay, that's not gonna work. All right, someone remind me. Tina, Trish, Rick, Brad, Randy. Tina, Trish, Rick, Brad, Randy. Tina, Trish, Rick, Brad, Randy. Okay, if this is not right, then we'll reevaluate. Nope. Okay. Interesting. Interesting. Neither of those worked. The final clue we found that seemed to be referencing Shelley might even mean she's dead. I don't... This seems... This was found in 1998. By the way, yesterday we were playing and I said, thinking I was being clever, you know, whenever you see double letters, what options are those? They're only E's and O's. And I see English has double G's sometimes and double T's, so really we jumped to the wrong conclusion about that. There are multiple possibilities, but okay. On the web page, there was nothing more for us to do, right? We got the code from him. We got the mysterious letter. We got the audio interview. We understood this message. That's very... The thing about counselors who died, okay. I was going to say, could it be something where, like, you know, Morty died and so he's down here, but he didn't really die. But it does say explicitly counselors, so he wouldn't be included in that. Well, we're not sure about that. What are we not sure about? Jonathan says we could try leaving out Rick or Tina. Tina is more likely because the campfire puzzle seems more explicitly about death. Try leaving out Rick. Anna says I have to go. Good luck to you guys figuring it out. Thank you, Anna. It was good seeing you. Okay. I really don't like how it's not telling us explicitly when these people died. Is it? Did it tell us that? Yeah, because the person who was found tied up. I don't like how we're not told that Trish died, so why are we Tina died? Why are we assuming that she's died? That troubles me. Trish, Tina. I don't like how we're guessing that these are dead even though we're not told, although we got the note about... We were told where that boat note was found, right? I'm just very troubled by this question about who died at Camp Blood and the game not telling us clearly once we solve something whether they died or not. Like, we're just assuming Rick died because we found his song written. It has to tell us he's dead if he's dead. We know Randy's dead because the game made us answer a question about Randy's dead. We know Brad is dead because the game made us answer a question about Brad being dead. And we know Trish is dead because it told us Trish is dead. Hold on a second. This doesn't just say first names, does it? This clue says list all of the camp blood counselors who died, top to bottom, left to right, no caps, no spaces. So maybe we need full names. John says the card with the don't bother looking for their bodies, you won't find them. There isn't much left to find. Am I done? Time will tell. Yes, you're right, Jonathan. This does sound like he's going to kill 2 more people. Maybe it needs full names. What do you think about that idea? Let me write these out. The first list is Trish, Brad, Randy. The second list is, I should write it in order, shouldn't I? Oh, maybe we did. Trish, yes, Trish, Brad, Randy, and then the next list would be Tina, Trish, Rick, Brad, Randy. We don't have last names, don't we? Where's our camp list? Dina Ellington, Ellen Smith, Tina White, Jean Grace, Shelley Martin, Rick Healy. Yeah, we got full names. I think we should try. All right, let's try the full list of 5 names. Because I don't love the 9. I don't love that the 910 has one thing pointing to one person, but let's try it. Otherwise we don't. Well, let's try since the shorter one is easier to type in. Okay, so Trish. I wish I could copy and paste here. Okay, Trish Cardiff, Brad Tanner, Tanner, and Randy is Randy Roberts. Okay, these are the list of people confirmed dead. Sorry, I should be showing it to you. Tina, Trish, Brad, Randy. Okay, here they are. Confirmed dead people, full names. No. Okay, now we're going to try. John said, I think maybe it's Tina, Trish, Brad, Randy, and Rick is not explicit enough about that. Okay, let's try it. So, going in order, we've got Tina White, Trish Cardiff, skipping Rick and doing Brad Tanner. Does anyone have a fake name? All right, let me just do this first. Tanner. And then Randy is Randy Roberts. No. Okay, now let's try the full list with including Rick. Okay, So left to right, top to bottom. Got Tina White. Did I do Tina White last time? This is what kills you. Tina White, Trish Cardiff. Then we're going to do Rick this time. This is not like randomly trying things. I don't have any Huey. Brad Tanner. And Randy Roberts. No. Jonathan says, I'm not sure about the last names. It's never asked us for last names before. You're right. Can we try Tina, Trish, Brad, and Randy? Okay. Tina, Trish, Brad, Randy. No. Interesting. What's the part we don't understand? Okay, let me make a couple suggestions. Should we add Shelly? It seems a weak connection. No, I don't think we should. Let me make a different suggestion. Let me suggest that the song from Rick, Clue, was not meant to tell us Rick was dead. And Rick isn't dead. It was just meant to give us the song so that we could use it for the other clue, to find the word in the song. I suggest that we haven't got this quite right. And this is going to be the other people who are going to be killed. So let's think about this a little harder. I suggest Rick isn't dead. As you say, that connection was too slim. And by the same reasoning, I don't think we have any evidence that Shelley's dead. But this one really does seem like talking about the Reaper killing someone. So let's think about this. Nine and 10 are Tina and Rick. But those are the ones we explicitly already tried. All right, let's think about this more. I like the idea of saying it's a clock. At 9:10, the small hand would be at 9. The second hand would be at 10. So midnight, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11. So at 9:10, we've got 2 arrows pointing this way. If we orient the 12 at the 12, then our 2 people are Tina and Trish. Trish being someone that already died. I mean, that we know is explicitly killed. She was killed at midnight, though. Is it possible that that means midnight is Trish? That would make... But that would make Rick our 9 o'clock. And Dina our second hand. So that would make Rick the other person killed. But we tried Rick, but did we... It's Tina and Jen at 9 and 2. If 12 is Ellen, yes. If 12 is at Ellen, we've got... Sorry. If 12 is at Ellen. We've got Tina at 9 and Jean at 2. Yes, sorry. If 12 is Trish, then we've got Rick and Dina. Can't remember if we tried just Rick and no Tina. Where's our list here? Trish, I don't think this is right. Trish, then Rick, then Brad, then Randy. No. Okay, all right. It surely is this. I mean, it makes complete sense that the 12 would be at the 12 of the clock. It makes complete sense that this is part of our clue. What doesn't make sense is why one hand would point to someone who's already killed. That doesn't make sense. Doesn't this make more sense that these would be telling us like 2 people who were killed? We didn't have any other use for this seating chart, right? Let's take a look. Let's annotate it with the recent deaths. So we know that we know that Randy is now dead, right? Randy was the other person in cabin 6. Yeah, okay, so he died. All right, and we know that Trish died. And we know that Randy died in the same way that Johnny died. Let me just see there, at a 9 and a 10. At 9, 10, we get, just set up a clock for a second. 9, 10 is a gap of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, let me just look at this for a second. Johnny, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, 1, 2. No, not. I was just trying to see if there was a relationship. Jonathan says, for the password, maybe everyone but the killer is supposed to be dead for the password. Let me say something, Jonathan. I like your general thinking. If we combine it with this thing about how do you solve the box, the name equals the name of the one who calls and the first name of the Reaper. Like, that makes me think maybe there'll be 2 people left at the end. There'll be 2 people left at the end, and we have to put their 2 names in. If that's right, then how many people still have to die? We've got Stu, Rick. Who's still alive? Let's make ourselves a note of who's still alive. Still possibly alive. So still possibly alive is Tina. We're not sure if she's dead. The only clue we have that she's dead is that clock, which I don't trust yet. Tina, Shelley, who said, no, Tina is the one who says I should have called. Or was that? No, that was Trish. Okay, Tina, Shelley, Rick, Stu, and Randy's dead. So the only people potentially still alive, Tina, Shelley, Rick, and Stu. Jonathan says, I'm thinking maybe it's everyone dead just for the cabin password. I think maybe Shelley's dead, so the password is just everyone but Stu. No, let me make an alternate suggestion to you, Jonathan. There's 4 people left possibly alive when we get rid of the people that we know died. Okay? 4 people possibly alive. We've got a clock that we think is that I think is gonna tell us 2 people who died. Then we'll have 2 left to answer the final question about which one calls and which one is the killer. So I think this 9 and 10 are telling us who have. So you know what? I wonder if we didn't fill this out wrong. I wonder if we didn't misunderstand something and fill it out wrong. Shall we go over this again and see if we maybe, like, I like the idea that at 9 o'clock and 10 o'clock are 2 people who should be dead. 9, 10 are 2 people who should die. But I wonder if we didn't fill this out wrong. I tell you what we'll do. We'll take our 8-minute break here. I'll make another print out of this and we'll do it again. Let's do that. Let's take our 8-minute break. We'll come back. We'll do it again. The tension is high. The suspense is high. It's a suitable way to go out. Okay, I'll see you in 8 minutes. Welcome back. You're watching Co-op for Two. We've been on the air for about 3 hours. Jonathan has come up with an insane idea. What if this was part of the subscription service? Your email is supposed to link a phone number. No, they sell this standalone. It's they don't forget they redid it. So, oh, that's an interesting. I was gonna say they republished it, but maybe the original version didn't. Nah, can't be. Can't be. People could be playing from a different location, not have their phone. The game would not let that happen. But it's an interesting idea. I want to say something before we go look at some of the other things that we were thinking of. Originally, when we started playing these games, I had a little 5-minute break key, and Jonathan contacted me at some point and said, I think maybe the breaks should be a little longer, maybe even 10 minutes. And we sort of compromised and we did 8 minutes. It turns out that the longer breaks are actually very useful. Not just because it gives a little more time to go get a coffee or tea and not run as fast, but it's clear from us taking breaks every hour or so in these live streams for 8 minutes that your mind does sort of clear a little bit once you get up, stand, walk around. I mean, in an ideal situation with these puzzle type games, you could actually go take an hour-long walk, chat and talk, and just clear your mind and get a fresh perspective or sleep on it overnight. But we're on much tighter time constraints. But even 8 minutes is enough frequently for us to come up with some ideas when we get off camera in the break. We're frequently go to break and then typing in the channel some theories. So I think we might want to consider changing that to 10-minute breaks. That would be a little... I can see how the long breaks could be frustrating for people, but it's not a terrible idea every hour to have a 10 minutes to actually give us more time to think off camera. Okay, so a couple things came up in the discussion. We're going to redo this puzzle to see if we maybe made a mistake about where people were sitting. It really feels to me, my gut tells me, that Jonathan was right that this is a clock time, maybe a 9 hour 2 minute. However, it makes no sense to me that... Just notice that this 2 font looks considerably bigger than the rest of these fonts. But that doesn't seem like it could possibly be important. Anyway, what I was saying is, it makes no sense. We were doing this 9:10 p.m., right? We were 9:10 on the clock. We were looking at it and we're saying, okay, maybe if the 12 is the 12, then the 9 points to Tina and the 2 points to Jean. So Tina's dead. That rubs me really the wrong way, that we're saying the minute hand is irrelevant. Like it could be 9:15, 9:20, 9:25, 9:30, 9:40. None of that we care about. We're just looking at the one person that's not dead. That doesn't make sense to me. And I think the Rick clue was used for other things. So to me, what I like in terms of making sense is we've got 4 people confirmed still, 4 people potentially still alive from the group of 12 originally. The game says when you're ready to solve the box, put in the name of the one who calls and the name of the caller. I think what's going to happen is this clue is going to eliminate 2 people. It's going to be the person at 9 and the person at the minute hand. They're going to be killed off here. We're going to put that clue in, and then it's going to tell us they got a phone call, and we're going to have to figure out who made the call and who is the caller, and who's the reaper is the other person. So let's rerun this and see if I got something wrong. Now, the other thing is we know this game likes to have puzzles connected. We see a cabin here. We should study this photo more because this is the one we're trying to answer now. The other thing is we got the newspaper article from Morty talking about his cabin where it all happened. And we didn't find anything useful in that newspaper article about his cabin. And it really makes me wonder if... Found it, this doc. It really makes me wonder if there was something in there that we missed. Maybe related to solving this puzzle. So I think maybe we should look at this again before we redo this puzzle. Let's just look at this. It's a few days, no suspects. And then we have a new person. A witness, one of the campers. He's hidden in his cabin. They're up at the dining hall. He heard screams of his counselor, so he's in cabin 6. He crept outside, saw the Reaper kill Johnny Garner in cold blood. At one point, he thought the killer saw him. He raced back to his cabin. He hid under the bed for 4 hours. Until police arrived. 4 hours. I'm just going to write that down. I don't think that's relevant, but it is weird. We're told Trish was killed at midnight. I'm just going to put Morty hid 4 hours. Doesn't seem relevant. Till the police arrived at the scene. Did he notice anything pertinent? We can't release his name. That does not sound like it's any relevant. And then we know he saw the St. Jude. Okay, I think we're going to find that the 2 people left are going to be Shelley and Stu, and I guess it's going to be Stu. So let's redo this clock puzzle and see if we can't, see if I didn't do something wrong here. So what did I printed it out? Let's go through this together and see if I did anything wrong. Let's clear our workspace. Try to get some space. We know north is this way. Okay. The original group of counselors at Camp Grand Echo had a ritual of sorts that they did at the end of every camp session. Each counselor had a specific place around the bonfire they would sit and play a game. We read this quickly, but we didn't pay much attention to it. While the music played in the background, they would pass around a human skull that one of them had stolen from a nearby body farm sponsored by the university. The game was a twisted variation of hot potatoes. Whoever was left holding the skull when the music stopped was the next one rumored to die. If you ended up with the skull, you could cheat death by offering a camp coin. Counselors earned camp coins throughout the summer by going above and beyond their job duties. The game would end when one of the counselors ended up with the skull and had run out of camp coins with which to cheat death. When Callahan opened the time capsule, an order of seating at the counselor's bonfire was one of the things inside. I wasn't able to lay hands on the actual document, but I snapped. You can see the new version of this game must have had all the time capsule documents in an envelope, and this was one of them. That would have been very helpful, because it's confusing how these things are talking about things that you shouldn't see until you figure out certain things. Okay. I wasn't able to lay hands on the actual document. Order of seating was one of the things inside. He doesn't lay hands on the actual document, but I snapped a picture with my phone, transcribed the contents here. If that wasn't creepy enough, the skull that was used in the game has mysteriously turned up after all these years, despite being left out of the time capsule. It was just sitting there near the fire like someone wanted to be found. A strange card was stuffed in its mouth. Well, I mean, it couldn't be any clearer, right, that this is this. This is the card. This is in the skull. It all makes sense that these go together to solve this puzzle. Johnny sat at the northernmost point. Okay, I'm going to write the names inside the circle. We know that north is this way. So northernmost point is clearly 4. Okay, that's Johnny. I'm going to keep my other one nearby. Okay. Trish sat 3 spots counterclockwise from Johnny. 1, 2, 3. This has got to be Trish. That's where we had her before. Stu faced Trish. Okay. That's the same thing we had before. Stu over there facing Trish. Rick and Tina sat beside each other. Okay, so we don't know that one yet. We don't know. We're leaving that one for later. Okay? Jean sat clockwise 1 spot from Trish. Okay, so Jean clockwise 1 spot from Trish. Jean. Okay, so far, same thing. Tina sat clockwise 2 spots from Stu. Okay, there's Stu. So 2 spots clockwise is Tina. So far, all consistent. Rick sat counterclockwise 4 spots from Jean. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's Rick. Still consistent with previous. Rico 2 spots clockwise from Johnny. 1, 2. That's Rico. Everything is still consistent. Brad 1 spot clockwise from Rick. Brad is 1 spot clockwise from Rick. So that's Brad. 1 spot clockwise from Rick. Ellen sat somewhere clockwise between Tina and Trish. All right, so that one, we're going to make a mark. We're going to save that for later. Dina sat counterclockwise 3 spots from Rico. So there's Rico. Dina is 3 spots counterclockwise. 1, 2, 3. Puts Dina here. Shelley sat somewhere counterclockwise between Stu and Dina. You know, this is where we might have gone wrong in interpreting the between parts. So I think, let's mark this to do later. Let's move on. Randy, 3 spots clockwise, Shelley. I assume that's a typo and it should say Randy sat 3 spots clockwise from Shelley, like all the others do. Okay, where's Shelley? Shelley's not on our list. Let me move Johnny down so he's the same as everyone else. I think maybe we misunderstood the between parts. Okay, so Randy 3 spots clockwise from Shelley. We're skipping because we don't know where Shelley is yet. Okay, so now let's see this. Rick and Tina sat beside each other. Okay, that we already can see. Rick and Tina, we already knew that. That's weird that that clue is not useful. Rick counterclockwise 4 spots from Jean. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Shelley sat somewhere counterclockwise from between Stu and Dina. Okay, so let's see this between these people. When we read Ellen sat somewhere clockwise between Tina and Trish, we said Ellen must be here. Clockwise between Tina and Trish. if instead that meant she's this way, that would mean Ellen would be at 5 or 8. Okay. Shelley sat somewhere counterclockwise between Stu and Dina. So we said that meant counterclockwise between Stu and Dina would have to put Shelley here. But if it meant the other way, which still seems the most logical, but if it meant the other way, then she would have to be at 8 or 12. Okay, so let's see. If Shelley is counterclockwise between Stu and Dina, we put her at here. We put Shelley here. Okay, let's try putting her here. If we put Shelley here, Randy is 3 spots. 1, 2, 3, that doesn't work. So Shelley can't be here. What if Shelley's here? Randy is 3 spots clockwise Shelley. 1, 2, 3, that doesn't work. So Shelley must be here, just as we originally said, because that's the only place she can be where Randy is 3 spots away from her. 1, 2, 3, Randy. And once we have that, we have to have Ellen here, which is consistent with clockwise between Tina and Trish. So that's exactly what we got before. What could we be doing wrong? My gut tells me that we should be getting 2 people. My gut tells me this needs to be pointing to 2 of the 4 remaining people. Let me just see here. If the clock is at 9:10, then there's your 9. It would be Tina and Jean. That doesn't work. Rick and Dina. Brad and Johnny. Ellen and Shelley. Trish and Rico. Jean and Stu. Dina and Randy. Johnny and Tina. Shelley and Rick. That would be the only... The only 2 at the 9 and 12 would be Shelley and Rick. I was just thinking, if we don't know where the 12 was, and it could be anywhere, then you could imagine if 8 was our 12 o'clock, then a 9:10 would give us Shelley and Rick, which would give us 2 people eliminated. But why would that be? Why would Randy be the 12 o'clock? That makes no sense. Fascinating. It is fascinating. Jonathan is very strongly feeling like the meta is 1 person per puzzle. Well, we've got puzzles where people didn't get killed, though. let me see. Let's think about Jonathan's theory. And you think this is not related to that? This is after they're all dead, right? So what's your theory? This puzzle didn't have anything to do with telling when someone's dead, right? This is the one that told us Morty said they're alive. It confirmed that Trish was dead. Okay, this one was I love her. This was not telling us anyone was dead, right? This was just giving us, it seems like, some narrative information. This puzzle told us Randy was dead. Although there's extra words here. This puzzle, you think says Rick was dead, but I think this was just about telling us this word we needed to decrypt something, retriever. This puzzle told us Trish must die. So this was consistent with your theory. This one says Trish must die. But we got confirmation that Trish was dead in a separate puzzle. Did we get confirmation about Brad? I guess the boat puzzle told us counselor in cabin 6 was found. So that one kind of told us that the person was dead. And then this one says, when someone tries to take what's mine, it forces me to reap. I'll tell you who it wasn't. So this is the guy telling us it's not Brad. This is explicitly telling us I'm going to kill Brad. And killed Brad. And we found Brad dead, right? Yes, we were told Brad is dead. This one sounds like, let's see what, this one was the person saying Trish is going to die next, threatening Trish, but we didn't need to assume anything. We were told explicitly when we went to the webpage, hey, Trish is dead. And we were told explicitly, hey, Brad is dead. And this one told us, hey, Counselor is dead. So the 3 people that got killed off, we were told explicitly they're dead. This one, we don't even know. Were we told where this is found? It's just weird. Were we told this was written somewhere? Did we miss that? Is there something we didn't quite grasp about where this was? Is there something we missed about the cave puzzle gave us the password for Trish is dead? What about this one? Is there something we're missing about this puzzle? A narrative telling us where we found it? Like, are we told that it was written in blood somewhere? Like, how do we... I feel like we're not... I'm kind of not getting some narrative explanation for where these were found. This guy's telling us about the seating arrangement. What narrative was telling us where that was found? Here's the counselor saying he's explored the cave. Time capsule. Clippings. Dismounter reveals the true identity. Here we are hired. Be vigilant. The night of October 4th, no motive. The method behind each of the killings was inconsistent. Stabbing, drowning, bludgeoning. And then can't point death. Where was the this one says, left behind by the Reaper at the crime scene where Johnny Garner was found. We think it may give some insight into the murders, but we haven't cracked the code. That's the one that says, I love her. It was found near Johnny Garner for some reason. See, if I have one real complaint about this game, it's that there's evidence that's lacking any context about where it was found. I want to make sure we understand what QR codes are what. So, what QR codes and website? I want to make sure that we didn't go to one and forget it. So we've got the Reaper website was one place we went. We've got, what other QR code did we need? Postcard didn't have its own code. Found on the walls inside Grand Echo, where we know our Morty likes to go, and also Stu likes to go. Okay, but no URL for that. But there was a URL for Brad. Okay, a QR for Brad. Brad QR just says he died, he lacked self-defense. And then we've got Cabin QR. Cabin QR, which we don't know how to solve. Okay, and then we've got what we would call the end game QR. And then nothing here, right? We are told this legend about a coyote trickster. And about the Chinook. Campground. Victim 1, Victim 2, Victim 3. Those 5 did something terrible. We now know it's the prank on Shelley, but Tina says other people may have overheard. It would make sense if Stu loved Shelley and didn't tell anyone. killer doesn't murder without a reason. Brad says, the Grim Reaper wandering through the woods with a scythe in hand. I thought it was a joke. Why did I get to live when my 5 friends were cut down like threshed wheat? And then this guy, can I just point out that Brad's description of what happened and his use of the scythe as threshing wheat matches completely with what the Reaper says. Brad says, the Grim Reaper wandering through the woods with a scythe. Let's see. My friends were cut down like threshed wheat. And then here's the Reaper saying, I'm cutting down the guilty like wheat. That really makes me think it was Brad. But then Brad was killed. John says, we could look at the hints on the Deadbolt site. Yes, we could if we really need to. All right, and then here he is found with St. Jude. So let us look at the website again and see what we missed. I'm not really dead. That's Morty. Grand Echo. What might be ruined? When we got this one, which one? Sorry, Jonathan, do you remember what was the clue when we clicked on this? What was the second chance clue? Was that Trish being dead? Then we've got the audio. Then we've got the letter. That's Stu's letter. Jonathan says, yes, the mountain gave, this Grand Echo Cave gave us Trish. The mysterious letter. It's a lot of steps to open these things. What did the letter want from us? Face like a retriever, okay. Tell them how I feel. I don't know why I can't just confess my feelings. I should be able to, but I feel paralyzed. He also writes the Z weird. Did you notice that? Paralyzed with the Z with a line in the middle of it. Does that give us any clue? Did the killer handwriting anywhere? Not that I can see. Helpless. I've been spending a lot of time in the cave. Can be myself here. I can think I can feel how I want to feel and not be judged by anybody. Thanks, St. Jude. I overheard what Johnny and the others did. I know it wasn't an accident. It was done deliberately. I just want to point out that Morty says he spent time in the caves, but then he said he never wants to go back there, so I think deep down in the cave wasn't what I'm focused on anymore. It's more primal instinct that scares me a little. And we thought that this sounded like Stu, because he's talking about how he can't confess his feelings. Okay, that's all there is there. I like that Z. If we could find his handwriting, that's a very stylized Z. Okay, then we got the news. We've read that a couple times. Then here's the diagram telling us the order, helping us see the order that we're supposed to provide names. And then when we checked our email, he gave us help decoding the messages, which we used one to help us figure out the thing that said, "I love her." I'm really still kind of considering the idea that Morty is doing all this to get back with Shelley, who he loved and couldn't confess. I agree that that's unlikely, but as far as sort of standard narrative under figuring out a puzzle, the line about Trish must die, it'll ruin your second chance. Trish must die, it'll ruin your second chance. Makes me think... Don't know. That's the end of that, huh? I'm very bothered by the fact that the Rick's song, I think maybe we're meant to believe that he found it in the time capsule, all the ones we don't know about. One of the troubling things is that we don't know the order of these. Like, we know we've got our campfire, we know we've got our 910 card that looks like it's about the campfire, but this one, we don't know if we have to solve this puzzle before we can solve this puzzle, or vice versa. It feels like this should be telling us 2 more people who died, and this is telling, and once we have that, we can put their names in. Everything is relative to each other. So if we got that first one wrong, Johnny sat at the northernmost point. The order of seating Counselor's Bonfire was one of the things that I wasn't able to lay my hands on an actual document, but I snapped a picture with my phone and have transcribed the contents here. Is it possible that snapping a picture with the phone and transcribing did something, reversed it? Reversed the picture? Jonathan says, I got us a password as everyone but Stu. But then, Jonathan, how do you make sense of this question? The end game is solved by putting in the name of the one who calls plus the name of the Reaper. That tells me there's going to be 2 people left. course, could be Morty is one of them. Is it possible that they took the photo, transcribed, and so it's reversed? I wasn't able to lay hands on the actual document. I snapped a picture with my phone, transcribed the contents. What are we to make of this dotted line, darker line? John says, I don't think we get the call till after going to the cabin. I don't know who the caller will be, but I think it's just a gate. So if you guess Stu early, you don't type in Stu before playing the whole game. I mean, I'm happy to test your theory. But it doesn't make sense to me that the whole point of the going left to right, I mean, maybe. No, it doesn't make sense to me. Doesn't make if you typed in every name but Stu, you'd have solved the case, right? So you wouldn't need to then do this. Like if you type in every name except Stu, you've finished the case. So it wouldn't make sense to say, hey, when you're ready to finish it, put in the name of the caller. It should said first names, last name. Elsewhere it said first names. Let me see what would happen if every time we see clockwise we go the other way. I don't love it. I guess would it be just if I do it this way? Johnny and then Shelly. Let me just try that. I don't see why that would be, but Johnny and then Dina is here. And then Jean would be here. And then Trish. And then Ellen. Brad. Rick. We might need to look at hints to figure out what the game wants from us. Not the answer to puzzles, but what the game wants from us. And Jonathan, you think we're going to get an actual call? We've got an audio interview. Maybe we should listen to it again. That's not the caller, right? She's not calling someone in that interview, is she? Is she the caller? No. Is she the caller? Is that the audio interview the caller? Let me just take a look at this quickly. In this case, 12 is Randy, And 9-2 would be Brad and Rico. That does not help us at all. 9-10. 9-10. Frustrating. Let's listen to the call. Or the audio and see if it's a call. I see. We're not listening.
People. Shelley told me this in confidence and made me promise not to tell. I nearly went to the police because I felt like somebody needed to know. People at this camp have been extremely cruel to her, and I don't know why. Mostly I've looked the other way until now. The prank they played on her really crossed the line. She nearly died. Rico pretended to like her and took her on the lake for a romantic sail. Johnny, Ellen, Dana, and Jane were nearby in another boat. They came and got Rico and left poor Shelley out there in the middle of the lake by herself. They even took her paddles. Shelley panicked and flipped her canoe over. She can't swim. She managed to grab the canoe and hold on to it, but she was stuck there, floating in the lake for the entire night. The night was cold, and the water leached all the heat out of her. On top of almost drowning, she nearly froze to death. Some campers found her the next morning. She lied and said it was an accident.
Campers
she didn't
found
want
her.
the truth to come out, but it wasn't an accident. Those 5 nearly killed her and thought it was funny. Can you believe it?
Campers found her. Jonathan says it sounds like an audio journal. It's called an interview, so I don't know who did the interview with her, but it's not a call. It's not a call. I want to make sure we weren't like, what if we were typing this in the wrong scan or something? Maybe we'll do this again. All the Camp Bud counselors who died. Brian has stopped by. Hello, Brian. Yeah, we're kind of, we haven't done very well, but we're hit a roadblock now. John says Stu is the interviewer, he thinks. Let's see. Maybe Trish told Stu, and that's how he found out about them pranking Shelley. Stu is the interviewer. Didn't the letter, let's read this again. What was the password? I'm going to need to know now again. Was this one the retriever one? I don't like that you have to keep remembering how to decode these. I want to see what... I'm spending a lot of time in the cave. I can be myself. I overheard what Johnny and the others did. So if this is Stu, he wasn't told about it. He overheard it. Primal instinct, that scares me. I think this is either Morty or Stu talking. I love how he writes this Z weird. Do we have any text from Morty? I wonder now. I mean, he emailed us. He wrote us. Let's look at that image that he emailed us and see if he does his Z that way. You see what I'm saying? Contact me. So we contacted him. Let me do something here. Where was the... Where was the email from him? Okay, there's his email. No signature. So here's the image he gave us. No weird Z's. I hired a cryptographer. He sent this to me. Morty sure seems anxious to solve this. That makes me think it's not him. So if it's not him, it would make sense that it's Stu. Someone tries to take what's mine, it forces me to reap. So if he loves her, if this reaper loves Shelley, he says here, if someone tries to take what's mine, it forces me to reap. So who's trying to get Shelley? Well, we're told a bunch of them are trying to get Shelley, aren't we? Where are they? Where are our counselors? Lots of people like Shelley. Stu likes someone. Okay, let's think for a second. Hold on a second. The note about Trish says, you'll spoil her second chance. Okay, let's assume for a second that this killer is all about Shelley. Trish has to die next. She will ruin your second chance. Okay, why would Trish ruin Shelley's second chance? Trish says she noticed Stu. So does Stu like Shelley? Trish has to die because she would otherwise get Stu. The Reaper loves her, loves Shelley. Jonathan says, did you try retyping the confirmed as a password? Yeah, I'm gonna try that in a minute. Let's you and I just talk about this for a second, since we've got this really interesting narrative information. I love her is what the killer leaves a note in 1998. So let's say he loves Shelley. That's why he's killed all the people that are pranking Shelley. And then he leaves a note in the modern times that says, Trish must die. She will ruin your second chance. If the killer is obsessed with Shelley, then it would make sense that the your is Shelley. So the question is, Trish must die because she will ruin Shelley's second chance. Why is Trish gonna ruin Shelley's second chance? Trish is Shelley's friend. The only thing we've got about Trish is that she wants to be with Stu. Right? She wants to be with Stu. That's their interviews. What does Trish say early on? I can only think of one person who had a reason to be, but I know they would never hurt anyone. I don't think the person is even capable. I have let it slip to one or two people. Trish would ruin Shelley's second chance. Why? Because she would get with Stu. So is Stu Shelley's second chance? Trish says, it's not often life gives you a second chance. I won't waste this one. But Shelley doesn't talk about wanting a second chance. Although she wants them to realize, I wanted them to realize they were wrong about me. John says, I still think the killer is just referring to themselves with the your. I like that idea. So the killer is so jealous they don't want Shelley to even have any friends. I like the idea that I think it's debatable, but it's an interesting theory that your is the killer referring to themselves, although that seems like a long shot. Given if the killer hasn't been doing that in any other letters and notes, I don't think that's a logical conclusion. But even more troublesome is, even if we do assume that, there's no reason you have to kill Trish. to get Shelly? Who do you have to kill to get Shelly? Ruin your second chance. Unless, of course, Shelly is the killer. Shelly says she has a darkness inside her. Let's think for a second. Doesn't it make more sense to think that Shelly is the killer? She wants Stu. And she's saying, I have to kill Trish because I want to give Stu his second chance with me. That would make Shelly the killer. She has to kill Trish to get with Stu. Maybe she has to kill Rick. Or why does she have to kill all these people? He says, look at what the killer says. Where was the killer thing about? The killer said, when people take something of mine, when someone tries to take what's mine, it forces me to reap. So the killer is motivated by someone trying to take something that's his. Is there something else that happened in the prank? Where's the story about passing around that head? Jonathan, do you remember where the yes, here, okay. I just want to read about passing around the head. I wonder if we have to count spaces or something. They played a game. Each counts were at a specific space. Okay, we've laid them out, 1 through 12. Music plays. They pass around a human skull. One stole it. Whoever was left was the next one rumored to die. This is the wrong. This is the backwards one. I want to get that wrong. We do have the Stu letter referencing St. Jude. Yes, we do. I like the idea of running through the scenarios. If we say the killer is Stu and he really loves Shelley, then why does he have to kill Trish? Why does killing Trish have anything to do with something he cares about? That makes no sense. He's killed Randy. What did Randy want? Randy wanted Shelley. Let's think about this for a second. He's killed Randy. Randy says he's attracted to Shelley. He's going to go for Shelley. Who else did he kill in this modern time? He killed Randy and he killed Brad. Okay, what did Brad want? Guess who Brad wants? Shelley. Come on. He's killed he's the three. We know he's killed three people. He killed Brad, and Brad wanted Shelley. He killed Randy, and Randy wanted Shelley. And now he's killed Trish. And he's killed Trish because he said why he's killed Trish. Because if he doesn't kill Trish, he'll ruin his second chance. Your second chance. So he's either wanting Stu to get Shelley, or he is Stu. No, that makes no sense. It makes no sense to say the killer is Stu and killed Trish. Let's think about it. If you're Stu and you're the killer, and you know Trish likes you, you don't have to kill her so that Trish won't steal you away from Shelley. You just say no. That means it's all about Shelley. And the your part is, the your is going to be Shelley. And she's saying, I have to kill Trish because she'll ruin your second chance. It's your second chance with Stu or your second chance with me, the killer, who's what? Not Rick. It's got to be, the killer's got to be Morty, and he wants Stu to get together with Shelley. I think, but then Jonathan would be right that there would be, if my theory about two being alive, the last two alive should be Shelley and Stu. If I'm right. And the killer's trying to put them back together. And then the two new died would be Tina and Rick. But that's what we tried all along, right? Let's try those again. Let's try a couple passwords again. Okay. So the way we're going to do this so we don't make any mistakes is we're going to scan that one again. Okay, left, right, top to bottom. Okay, let's try this a couple more times. And then we'll look at some hints. Where are our people? No caps, no spaces. So, Tina, Trish, Rick, Brad, but not Stu, and not Shelly, and then Randy. Oh, that was it. That was it. It opened up. Okay, so what just happened? Tina, Trish, Rick, Brad, Randy. Tina, Trish, Rick, Brad, Randy. Okay, so it must have been a typo. An hour ago it was a typo. Or in the wrong document. It's got to be so frustrating reading that. I mean, watching this video, watching that go wrong. Okay, so let's go back. Let's open it up. Let's do it together. That's why you double check, but I guess it must have been a typo. All right, so sorry I did it while you were on. Okay, so we know confirmed 3 people died, Trish, Brad, and Randy. And then for a long time, we were saying, I think Jonathan was saying most of all, that if you go to the 9 and the 2, you get Tina and Jean. And then, how did we have Randy dead? I mean, how did we have Rick dead? Because the other puzzle about Rick's song. Okay, so this was Jonathan's theory all along, that each puzzle was telling us one person who died. I simply refuse to believe that this 910 was that, but whatever. However, in the end, I convinced myself that the 2 last people killed should also still be Rick and Tina, because someone wants Stu and Shelly, the killer wants Stu and Shelly to get together. I think it's going to be Morty. Although it could be Stu, it could be Jonathan talking about, you were right. Okay, so anyway, putting these names in now from left to right, top to bottom, we go Tina, Trish, Rick, Brad, not Stu, not Shelly, but Randy. This hooded cloak was found hidden under the floorboards in cabin 5. You are certain of the Reaper's identity now and are just about to show Morty and the camera crew what you have learned when you hear a blood-curdling shriek coming from Grand Echo Cave. You rush toward the cave with the hopes of saving a life and unmasking a murderer as Coyote calls. Guess I'm going to click on this. What's happening? I see. I think this is it. It's now telling us that we are ready to solve the game by identifying who calls and the first name of the Reaper. Now, who is Coyote? Well, let's see what we know about Coyote. It's the legend of the Grand Echo Cave. Believed that a group of malevolent spirits lived in Grand Echo Cave, acting on behalf of their master, Coyote. Coyote was known as a trickster who could be cruel and capricious. Because Coyote had never found love and never known the feeling, he was bitter and prone to violence towards those who knew love in their hearts. Under the direction of Coyote, the malevolent spirits would call out and lure those under love's spell into the depths of the cave, where they would change them. Those who emerged from Grand Echo Cave emerged as something different, something dangerous, although the Chinook left the area in the mid-1800s. Their stories about the cave have managed to survive. Okay. Ready to solve the box. Unlock equals the name of the one who calls plus the first name of the Reaper. And then looking at the screen, the hooded cloak was found under the floorboards in cabin 5. Okay, cabin 5 is occupied by Rico and Stu. Rico and Stu are in cabin 5. This is kind of exciting. Coyote sounds like the description to me of Morty. Pulling the strings. Trickster. That's Morty. I think Morty is the... John says, why would anyone need to kill Tina? Because Tina is going to get with Stu. I think Morty is the killer and the coyote, and he's planted the hoodie in Stu's cabin. But the alternative is that Stu is the Reaper. But well, it's time for us to take a break. So we'll take an 8-minute break. We'll come back. We'll chew over our final thoughts. We know there's only 2 people left alive, 2 counselors left alive, and then there's Morty. 3 people. We'll take an 8-minute break. We'll come back. We'll solve this case after we chew on it for a little bit. Okay, we're back. You're watching Co-op for Two. We're 4.5 hours in. And we've just reached the final scene and it wants us to solve it. And I just noticed something. And we're going to talk about it. By the way, here's a little taste testing report. Pepsi cream soda is actually pretty good. I'm not really a super fan of cream soda, but I will say that I think the Dr. Pepper zero sugar cream soda is a little bit better. Okay, so let me show you something I just noticed though on the break. We spent a good hour, maybe 2 hours total, trying to deal with this fireplace puzzle and our 9:10 clock. And on a related matter, trying to identify which counselors got killed. And we had lots of debate about, we knew 3 that were killed, Trish, Brad, and Randy, explicitly killed. And we had lots of back and forth debates here between me and Jonathan and Anna in the beginning about whether those other puzzles were telling us that Rick died because it was a note about Rick's song. And then thinking that the 9:10 points to Trish. There's our Ellen is at midnight. So we're saying Tina and Jean. And so Tina was another person dead. Okay, this is embarrassing. But look at this. Okay. Take a look at this. I know we considered this at some point. What do you notice about Rick and Tina on this chart? What do you notice about Rick and Tina, our 2 last deaths? 9 and 10. Exactly right. So I was right that this card was telling us the 2 more people who were killed. But somehow blind to looking at 9 and 10. I know we looked at it at some point. I'm not sure why we rejected it but we were so stuck and perseverated on the clock and 9:10. It seemed to make so much sense. But this is also kind of clever because he's saying, look, you're not going to find the bodies. That's why we don't get told that the bodies of Tina and Rick were found and dead. That's why it's ambiguous. I'm seeing now, he's saying he's going to kill them and they're just going to disappear off the scene. So this explains Rick and Tina. I think this clears up some mystery and tells us why only Stu and Shelley are left. However, and it's also not, the time will tell 9 and 10. Yeah, it really tricked us into thinking there was a clock at 12. Okay. But Jonathan asked a really good question. Why is Tina killed? The killer has motive for everyone. One of the things that helped us here is we went back over this and we said, Brad wants to get with Shelley. We got the note that said, I love her, and we think that's talking about Shelley. That's why he killed the first 5 people. Now Brad is trying to get with Shelley, so Brad was killed. Randy's trying to get with Shelley, so Randy's killed. Then we've got Rick, Tina, and Trish get killed. we see a note about Trish saying, I have to kill Trish or you'll miss your second chance. What does it explicitly say? It says, Trish has to die next. She will ruin your second chance. So the killer loves Shelley. Somehow Trish is gonna ruin ruin someone's second chance, but probably Shelley, because that's the person he's obsessed with. Trish wants Stu. So someone is killing Trish because Trish would hook up with Stu and steal Stu away. If you're killing Trish because Trish is going to steal Stu away from Shelley, then you're not Stu. But you could be Shelley. So you killed Trish because Trish is going to be... Jonathan has a nice point. The killer is jealous of Tina and Rick being in a relationship because he's not. That's certainly possible. I mean, they were all bad to Shelley. There is a weird thing about never being in a relationship, never knowing love. That's possible. Let's go back for a second to this Trish and Stu part. If you kill Trish, because Trish is going to steal away Stu, because you want Stu and Shelley to be together. That makes some sense as to why you would kill Trish, I'm talking about now. If you're Stu, you don't have to do that. If you're Shelley, and you're the killer, then you're killing Trish because you want Stu to have a second chance with you. So if you're Stu, you don't make that note. If you're Shelley, you could write the note as the Reaper saying, Trish has to die because she's going to ruin Stu's second chance. Doesn't make that much sense. It makes more sense. John says, I think it has to be Stu because of the note left in the body in 98 that says, I love her. No, let me tell you what happened. It's Morty. Remember, Morty is right outside the cabin where Johnny Garner is found. So he has the perfect opportunity to leave the note near Johnny Garner's body. He overhears something. I think Morty is the camper who helped rescue Shelley. Remember, Shelley was found by campers. I think Morty helps rescue Shelley, sees her almost dead, frozen. Then all of a sudden, we know he spends time in the cavern. All of a sudden, he falls in love with Shelley, but he never knows love himself. So he's trying to orchestrate Shelley and Stu getting together. That's why he's created this whole thing. He's trying to put things right and get Shelley back together with Stu. Can we read that Stu had... Let's see if Stu had nothing to do with this. I'm numb for the news. Yeah, see, Stu was never mean to anyone. I think it's Morty who's trying to orchestrate Stu and Shelley to be together. And if you read, it might be useful for us to read the interview with Morty again, because I think he's one of them. He's the trickster, so he's got to be Coyote. But I think he's also the Reaper. Unless he's Coyote and he's writing these notes. Let's see. Okay. So he's obsessed with horror and killing. He's created this event. He agreed to sit down. I think he wanted to create a show and to get Stu and Shelley back together. I mean, the hoodie was found in Stu's cabin. The hoodie was found in Stu's cabin. But I think Morty planted it there. That, okay, it sounds like we're ready to vote. I'm voting Morty and Jonathan's voting Stu. But Jonathan, we've got to answer the caller, who's Coyote, and the Reaper. So are you saying that Morty is the caller and Stu is the killer? Whereas I think it's going to be Morty. Let's take a look before we do. It's a very interesting trick of what's reading. I want to read this interview with Callahan because I think he might be the killer. He's made a name for himself on the horror circuit as the Titan of Terror. We know he's a millionaire. We know he wants ratings gold. I want to catch the person responsible for so much bloodshed and carnage. Why wouldn't I? If I can use my celebrity and influence, I owe it to those surviving counselors to give them closure. I have a particular history with Camp Grand Echo that goes way back. I have a certain vested interest in finding out who did those terrible things. What kind of history? Let's just say that Camp Grand Echo was partially responsible for making me the man I am today. Cryptic. Then again, what else would we expect? Do you have any specific theories? None I would care to share. Entire story will blossom in front of the camera. I've made precautions to make sure everyone's safe. He fakes his own death. Okay, what do you think about the legend of the tribes where Coyote is talked about? He says, this is an interesting question. We'll say this. The Chinook knew more about this area than anyone else. They were more in touch with nature than any of us are now. Connection gave them access to certain information we can't tap into. I've explored that cave and heard some things I can't explain. I'm not going to say that there really are evil spirits, but I'm not going to say there aren't. It's a place I never want to go back to. All right. Morty Productions. He owns the camp now, Morty. Hired us. He's always thought one of the campers were it. So Morty falsely claims that he found evidence that reveals the Reaper's true identity. And then someone pretends someone kills him, but someone didn't kill him. He faked it. It is not that a man should fear, but he should fear never beginning to live. And then if we look at the stuff about the history, Grand Echo Cave was a thing, and then here's the coyote. Let's read this again. Indigenous believed that a group of malevolent spirits lived in the cave, acting on behalf of their master, Coyote. Coyote was known as a trickster who could be cruel and capricious because Coyote had never found love and never known the feeling. He was bitter and prone to violence towards those who knew love in their hearts. Could be Stu, could be Morty. Malevolent spirits would call out and lure those under love's spell into the depths of the cave where they would change them. We know Stu's been in the cave and we know Morty's been in the cave. Those who emerged as something different, something dangerous. And then this guy says the Reaper has left a couple messages. One is about Trish is going to take away your second chance. This one says, when someone tries to take what's mine, it forces me to reap. That's why he killed Brad and Randy. And then this message was found in the cave where we know Stu and Morty hang out. Trish has to die next. She will ruin your second chance. I've got a new theory now. Jonathan, you might be right. The caller is just the word coyote. Is Morty writing these notes on the wall to Stu? This is a little bit similar to Jonathan's theory that the Yor was talking to the killer, talking to themselves. Because the legend of this cave says Coyote the trickster calls people into the cave because he's never known love. Under the direction of the Coyote, the malevolent spirits would call out and lure those under love's spell into the depths of the cave. That sounds like Stu's letter. Where they would change them. Those who emerged as something different, something dangerous. It's almost like Morty, the little kid, and now adult, is he leaving notes for the serial killer Stu? For Stu? Because now I see that this note was left on the walls, which if you believe this idea and this various callbacks to writing on the cave wall, like, this is one person leaving an instruction for the next person, for the other person. So is Coyote, whoever that is, leaving a note to the killer telling the killer who to kill? And then Jonathan had some interesting points. Jonathan says, to answer the game, we have to put the name of the one who calls plus the name of the Reaper. Jonathan was saying, I think it just wants us to type Coyote to prove that we've read that thing rather than figure out who is Coyote. So Jonathan's saying, I was thinking, oh, who is the Coyote? But Jonathan's saying is, no, you're just supposed to figure out that, you're just supposed to prove that you've read this page by typing Coyote. Let's read this again. This hooded cloak was found hidden under the floorboards in cabin 5. You are certain of the Reaper's identity now and are just about to show Morty and the camera crew what you have learned when you hear a blood-curdling shriek coming from Grand Echo Cave. You race toward the cave with the hopes of saving a life and unmasking a murderer as Coyote calls. Okay, so it's not like a phone call from Coyote. It's just metaphorically Coyote calls. Metaphorically, the malevolent trickster in the cave is calling someone to do something bad. So maybe it is as simple as saying that Stu loved Shelley, and now he's confronting her. Or is it possible that Shelley wrote those words on the wall? Jonathan says, I think if it's Morty, the killer is trying to frame Stu. Yes. If it's Morty, then Morty is trying to frame Stu by planting this stuff under the floorboards. And maybe save Shelley from frame Stu and get Shelley, but it seems very convoluted to me. The simpler solution is just Stu. Yes, that's exactly right. That's a very good point. That's a logical, I mean, I was thinking along those lines, but I wasn't running through all of the ramifications. The hoodie found under the floorboards means someone's trying to frame Stu, in which case it has to be Morty trying to frame Stu to get with Shelley, or it really is Stu. The thing is, here's the thing that I struggle with. The note on the wall that says, Trish has to die next or she'll ruin your second chance. No matter how you look at it, whether it's Stu writing to himself or someone writing to Stu, how does Trisha interfere with Shelley getting her second chance? I don't get it. Trisha likes Stu, but if Stu's the killer, he just has to say no to Trisha. Tina and Rick. I guess it should have been more obvious to us that Tina and Rick, it's just what Jonathan said. Tina and Rick are going to find love together, and the killer doesn't like that. If we look at Stu's early statement, he just says life is bad, but people are bad, etc. Stu's like, I'm numb from the news. People are supposed to be happy. We're supposed to bring joy. How can this be a happy place? Doesn't make sense. The world is a cruel place. They should close it down. I'm never coming back here. What about, let's take a look at the mysterious letter again. It's in the time capsule. Let's read this again. We're not sure exactly who wrote this, though. If we love someone, this is either written by Stu or this could be written by Shelley. If we love someone, we should be able to tell them how we feel. I don't know why I can't just confess my feelings. I should be able to, but I feel paralyzed, helpless. I've been spending a lot of time in the cave. I can be myself here. Is this written by Shelley? I can think, I can feel, I can want to feel and not be judged by anyone. Oh, they're all attacking Shelley. Doesn't it make sense this is by Shelley? My heart hopes for a good outcome, but my brain thinks it's a lost cause. Thanks, St. Jude. Is this Shelley writing after the murders? Saying thanks, St. Jude, for killing all these people? I think this is written by Shelley now. But the patron saint of lost causes, and Shelley is the lost cause. My heart hopes for a good outcome, but my brain thinks it's a lost cause. John says, I don't know. The letter left by the body in 98 said, I love her. So I don't think Shelley is 98 killer. Boy, we better be sure it said, I love her. Is there any way that could say, I love him? Because, boy, if we mess that up, I'll be pissed at being sloppy. Can we, I know that this is drawing this out, but can we really make sure that that's not love him? So we're told that colors and music. Okay, let's remember, this doesn't say notes, it doesn't say scale, it says music. So what are we thinking? The options here are I or an E, or an M or an R. The R is the more compelling case. It goes red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet, red. That makes sense to me. If it's an M, it's magenta. Magenta has to turn to R or blue. Blue or red. It can't go to orange. These are all primary colors. Yellow, blue, green. That has to be an R. That can't be an M. Alright, that's got to say her. And I don't know what music it would be. Whereas these all, I'd be a little bit happier if we could find that E, G, B, D, F is a scale. E, G, B, D, F, scale. Okay, so E, G, B, D, F is a common scale. Every good boy does fine. It's a treble clef. What's the do, re, mi scale? E, G, B, D, F, the notes on the line of a treble clef. And the mnemonic used. Okay, so, we can confirm that. All right. Jonathan says, I don't think Shelly's going to survive. We've been debating what's going on for 30 minutes. That scream might mean Shelly's dead. There's two questions open for us. One is whether we're supposed to type coyote literally. And the other is... I got news for you. Look at this. Unlock equals the name of the one who calls plus first name of the reaper. That is confusing. But I was thinking it doesn't equal who calls. It equals the name of the one who calls. So I don't know if it wants the word coyote. Let's at least. What about this? Do you make anything out of this? It is not death that a man should fear, but he should fear never beginning to live. What does Stu say about this thing? 20 years ago, I had a lot of feelings bottled up. I was afraid to share. I regretted not speaking up ever since. Now I have the opportunity to fix it. I'm going to make sure I don't let life pass me by this time. Look, it is not death that a man should fear, but he should fear never beginning to live. And then, what was the other thing? There was something else that was... What was the other thing I said that was so clearly reproducing what? Oh, it was the threshing. Who said that? Let me see. It was in the 1998. That was Brad talking about killing people like wheat. Where wasn't it? Threshed wheat. Yeah, that's Brad. Okay, well, Brad wasn't the killer. Well, let's think about our killer options for a second. if the killer is Stu, then the St. Jude... I don't think that's letters from Stu anymore. Oh, maybe it was. Bottled up, maybe it was. Okay, so if the killer is Stu, then the hoodie is his. It's very straightforward. We do know who did it. It's Stu. And then we're going to run to the thing. I guess I probably have to reopen that now anyway. I'm going to have to type that whole thing in again because it doesn't remember, right? Or does it? It makes you retype it in. That's really a shame. That's really a shame that it works that way. Oh, but it doesn't matter. Oh, it does matter because we got to do it. I really wish I didn't do that, but okay. Okay. So either it's not been planted and there's a scream in the cave, and we can tell everyone it's Stu. I think the killer's Morty, and he's trying to... Oh boy, I don't know now. Then why would they kill... I'm stuck on that note about Trish is going to ruin your second chance. If Morty is this trickster who just wants to put Shelley and Stu together, then it would make sense that he's organized this whole thing. He's brought them all together. He's going to kill everyone but the two of them, and then they're going to be together. And the note about killing Trish for your second chance is because if he doesn't kill Trish, then Trish might get Stu. But if that's the case, why would he frame Stu? Okay, so we can look at it another way. If Morty wants Shelley and loves her, then he's gonna kill Stu last. Okay, Jonathan is voting Coyote Stu, and I think I'm gonna vote Coyote Morty. I think that last note about Trish means it has to be Morty, not Stu, but it could be. Okay, shall we try? Shall we try these? I'm also not convinced that Coyote is what we're supposed to type in literally, and we're not supposed to identify who is acting as Coyote, but maybe we are. All right, what do you think, Jonathan? Do you think you're ready to do it? Or I don't feel great about it. What are our options? Let's think about this for a second before we type it in. Okay, we'll see if Shelley hung in there. Okay, if we're thinking about our candidates, right? It's Morty, Let's just think about this for one more second. It's Morty, Stu, or Shelley. Those are our candidates for the killer. Okay. Let's think on this for a second. Morty, Stu, and Shelley. If it's Morty, some things make sense. How this whole thing made him the man he is, that he's so obsessed with all this, and possibly that he loves Shelley. He discovered Shelley. He's mad at everyone. Okay. Against that, on the other side of the scale, is the fact that he was a little kid. How could he have killed these people as this little kid? Right? And then the note about, I have to kill Trish or it will ruin your second chance. Whoever this is in love with Shelley. We think. Or is Shelley in love with some other girl? No, because then she wouldn't kill Trish. Okay, so it can't be Shelley because of the I love her note. Right? Okay, so it's Stu or Morty. If it's Stu, he's not gay, but he loves Shell and he could never confess it. Then why is he killing people all of a sudden? He's saying you're trying to take what's mine. Trying to take what's mine. No, it's got to be Morty. It's got to be Morty somehow. I don't know, but let's try it. Okay, here we go. Here we go. I'm not... Well, let's give it a try. Jonathan, you really ready to give it a try? You don't want to do more thinking about it? Okay, so it's a password protected document. All right, let's try Jonathan's first. It says prepared to solve the box equals the name of the one who calls plus the first name of the reaper. No caps, no spaces. Okay. So Jonathan says the person who calls is Coyote, and the first name is the Reaper is Stu. So, to confirm, Jonathan, your theory is he's not being framed. When we found the hoodie in his cabin floorboards, we knew it was him, just like the game said. And tell me what your guess is for what the meaning of the Trish note was. Trish must die next. She'll ruin your second chance. What's your best explanation Okay, so Jonathan says Stu is referencing himself. So he's saying to himself, Stu, Trish has to die or she's going to ruin my second chance. Why is she going to ruin his... What is she going to do that's going to ruin his second chance? How is Trish going to ruin Stu's second chance? Trish likes Stu. So what is she going to do? She's going to hit on Stu and try to get a date with him. But if he's the killer and he's in control... It's either he doesn't want her bugging him or he just can't stand Shelley being attached to anyone else at all. Well, Trish doesn't like... Trish and Shelley aren't friends. But maybe he's got like a split personality and his second voice is like, you gotta kill Trish, otherwise she's gonna ruin things for us. Because Trish is gonna like convert his second identity into she's gonna pull him away. Like if they're split personalities, Trish could get with Stu and distract him. Trish was the one person nice to Shelley in 98. It's true, she was. It's true. I see, okay. Okay. All right. Ready? Drum roll, enter. Well, you got it right. When you arrive at Grand Echo Cave, the screaming has reached a fever pitch. You enter, expecting to see the Reaper slaughtering Shelley and finishing off the last of the camp counselors. What you see instead is Stu lying on the ground with a large hunting knife jutting up from his chest. The Reaper mask has fallen off and lays haphazardly to the side. Stu's bloody mouth opens and closes like a beached fish desperate to return to the sea. His eyes are wide and surprised. It's clear this isn't what he had planned. I did all of this for you, Stu gasps. I killed them all because I love you. I hated what they did to you back then. I got rid of all those who came back that might have come between us. This was our second chance. I was gonna do things differently this time. Shelley nods. I knew how you felt about me even back then. Stu squirms and tries to form words. They don't come at first. You knew, he finally managed. Of course I knew, Shelley said. I've known for a long time that you had to be the Reaper, but I didn't care. You didn't love me, Stu asks, shattered. The voices don't recognize love, Shelley said. They wouldn't allow me to feel those feelings. You heard them too? Stu asks. Coyote speaks to you? I know them better as Legion, Shelley explains. That's the name they gave themselves. And they told you to do this? Shelley nods one last time before pushing down on the hunting knife with all of her strength. Stu gives up the ghost with a loud groan. The Reaper is no more. Shelley cocks her head as if listening to something that isn't quite audible. She nods and grunts in understanding, then she turns and speaks to you. I killed the Reaper, she says. It was self-defense. There's more than enough evidence to point to Stu as the culprit. Anything you say about what you heard will be your word against mine. Voices told me what to say to you. You begin to reply, but Shelley walks past you toward the entrance to the cave, rendering you silent. Just as she is about to leave, she turns and smiles at you wickedly. They told me quite a lot of things in here, you know. I expect if you read the papers every day, you'll learn about some of those things very soon. Until then. And with that, Shelley walks out into the night, venturing deep into the dark woods that surround the cave. Morty and the camera crew arrive not too long afterward. Despite mounting a comprehensive search for the girl, they are unable to find her. It's like the night has swallowed her up. You think about whether or not to tell Morty about what you saw and heard. Then you hear the howl of a coyote from somewhere nearby and decide to keep things to yourself for the time being. As you leave the cave for the last time, your mind filled with all sorts of strange thoughts, you can't help but hear a throng of strange, buzzing voices whispering from the dismal, rocky depths of the cavern. A little bit of kind of a Cthulhu-ish madness of the cave vibe, which was part of the intro stuff. So let's make sure we understand, though. We expect to see the Reaper slaughtering Shelley. What you see instead is Stu with a large hunting knife jutting up from his chest. The Reaper mask has fallen off and lays haphazardly. Fallen off Stu, right? He says, I did all of this for you. I killed them all. Okay, right. So he is the I was just making sure it wasn't Shelley. He did kill them all. And then she says, yeah, I know. I know it was you. I've always known. And then he says, you didn't love me. Why didn't you tell me that you knew? She says, the voices won't let me. She says, I know them as Legion. And they told you to do this? They told you to kill me? She says, yeah. She pushes a knife into him. Then she says, hey, I killed the Reaper. Self-defense. That's all anyone will ever believe. So maybe the letter that was not found near the body was written by Shelley. Well, they all heard the voices from the cave. Stu heard the voices. Shelley heard the voices. So it is possible that Shelley wrote that letter. It's also possible that Shelley wrote some of the instructions to the Reaper. Like the thing about ruin your second chance, maybe that was Shelley writing to convince Stu to kill the thing, the Trish. So if we've got like a trickster spirit in the cave, then perhaps, you know, a little bit all bets are off in terms of multiple people wanting to cause chaos. I'm a little bit curious to look at the hint files. I think we downloaded them. Not that one. Yeah, let's see. Cabin hints. Let's see. Here's the cabin hint file. Let's take a look at how this works. Each page will contain hints for one puzzle. Solutions will appear in a separate file. Archery. One counselor left, yes. Bonfire. 9 and 10 are those two people. Boy, we stuck with that. Cave drawing, we got that. Totem puzzle. www, yeah. Duck grid. Visit the detective agency Facebook page. The card tells you the order. Find each square on the grid that corresponds to the appropriate symbol. Find the same square on the dock page. Sounds like we did this more difficult. Sounds like there could have been a way that would give you a unique list. Music notes, colors of the rainbow, I see. That's okay. That still just means in the same order of a scale. Cabin graphic. Okay, that's it. So the hint file doesn't tell us anything about... It's interesting that this game doesn't have an explanation for the case. I wonder if we could see the... I want to talk about the case for a second. I think let's keep looking at this, then we'll take a little break, and then Jonathan, we can share our thoughts. I'd love to hear your thoughts on the game. But I thought maybe before we do, we should see if... there's a file of explanation, maybe in the second edition. So, let's see if we go to puzzle solutions, files, cabin quick start guide. You looked at everything in box start by reading this. Interesting. Full sheets, Reaper profile. What does that mean? Full sheets. Is this everything? No. What we want is the... If we go here. Solutions, contents into the solution. What if we... I was curious if maybe the second edition has something different. So content length, his file, solution file. Shall we look at the puzzle solutions are different from hints? Let's see what the hints look like. It's just for puzzles, okay. All right, how about the solution file for the 2022 version? Morty's question. We don't know what that is. Bonfire puzzle, Tina and Rick. Cave drawing. Dock grid. Totem puzzle. If I die, look in the cafeteria. The evidence here. Wow, it looks like they changed a lot. Totem puzzle. Writing on the cavern wall. Okay, yeah. I love her, yeah. Cabin graphic. Do you wish to know the truth? Look in cabin 5. Wow. Lots of different changes. Stew and the cave. Where to go? Wow, lots of changes. That was the solution file. Huh. Contents list. I mean, it's mostly the same, but boy, they changed a bunch of stuff. Pattern Hill letter. It looks like envelope 2 is quite different. Maybe all new stuff in envelope 2. I wonder if we could even go to those files. It might be interesting. I'd like to see how the solution changed, but there's no easy way to see that. All right. Fascinating. If we really thought about it, we could probably figure out. We know the answer is Stu and the cave, but we don't know what web page, what QR code to scan for the second edition. To scan. Okay, so it's perfect timing. It's an hour. We're going to take an 8-minute break. We'll come back. We'll give our thoughts on the game. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. You're watching Co-op for Two, and we're just going to give our final thoughts here about this game. So 6 hours yesterday, 5 hours today, almost 6 hours. So 11, 12 hours for a two-parter. I mean, we spent an hour recapping, so, maybe 10 hours. Jonathan has been putting his thoughts here. Let's check in on them. Jonathan says, I enjoyed the story about the murderers in the reality show. I enjoyed the puzzles for the most part. Biggest issue was the campfire puzzle should have just had a QR code in PDF like the rest, so we understood they were definitely dead. Nitpick, could have cut one of the cipher puzzles. Mixed on the ending, the most logical killer felt too easy by the end. There was a twist with the spirits, but didn't quite land for me. But I do like it tried to keep the horror element with the ending. Enjoyed the bit of the 2-act structure we did get. Typo was unfortunate. That was my mistake. Jonathan was certain all along that it was the 5 of them. I typed it in wrong, and then we spent an hour trying to figure out what happened. Overall, my suggestions would be to cut one cipher puzzle, replace with something else, add PDF for Tina and Rick, expand on the already present story, maybe weave it a bit more throughout. Most of these probably were fixed in the updated version. It is interesting to see that they made an updated version and changed quite a bit. All right, so let me give my thoughts here. It's interesting because yesterday I felt very clever. Like I felt we played session 1 and we're at the top of our game and solving things at the right pace. I felt very clever. In session 2, I feel like I was missing a gear, slipping the clutch. And there was that typo, and then that clock puzzle. We went back and forth, and it was staring us in our face. And there was another part where I did that too. And then I got the case wrong at the end, only because we went with Jonathan's guess first. Did we get the right answer? So, but I don't think that really affects my feelings of the experience at all. So let me give my overall feeling, and then we'll talk about some of the pros and cons. First of all, I really enjoyed it. I really did enjoy it. It far exceeded my expectations, and I've talked a little bit about why I had low expectations, but you have to balance that with the thought that a lot of people seem to think this is one of the very best boxes. But there were a couple reasons why I really did enjoy it. And I think for the most part, it came down to the adult horror creepy narrative for me. I mean, the puzzles were quite fun. And especially when they're at the right difficulty level, that we really had to chew on some for a half hour, and some we got quicker, and just all of them were very satisfying. But the fact that those puzzles were, Jonathan said he thought too many ciphers. I guess I might feel on the other end of that. Some of the games that are puzzle focused feel like the puzzles are basically arbitrary. Like, do this sliding puzzle, and when you get the shape right, then you get to move on. Whereas here, all of the puzzles were basically messages. And for me, that was much more satisfying. Like, as we were solving the puzzles, we were getting more of the narrative. And the story narrative here was very compelling and interesting about the serial killer in the past, and now it's the future. Those storylines always are sort of very intriguing when you've got a past killer, the case was never solved, and now it's in the current day. But there were interesting little details about the counselors, and then they had in the future, they wanted to find love again, and the different people had different personalities. And the story was just very compelling and sort of adult, like R-rated, PG-13 R-rated. And that's uncommon in this space, and I really enjoyed that. I want to play more of these serial killer, adult, real murder cases. And it's sort of like it makes things less controllable. You don't know who could die. People can really die in here and suffer, and it makes it feel a little more weighty. So I was just very engaged in solving this. And the props with I like that their focus wasn't on having keychains and metal boxes and hats. Like, I don't like that. This is just, there's one pin, could have done without that. Everything else paper. That's how it should be. That's how I like these games. Put your energy and your costs into that. Don't make me pay for a hat I don't want or a statue. The other thing I really liked was I liked the sort of multi-act thing. Jonathan talked about this a little bit, but like there was as we solved puzzles, we opened web pages and documents. Most of them just gave us like a one-page thing. But then sort of in the middle at Act 2, we got this whole website which had multimedia, had an audio file, had a couple of hints for some of the other puzzles that we had already solved. I like that. It means we didn't suffer from the hints. But there was multimedia, there was an audio file. The audio file was nice and creepy. Again, the story that went along with that was sort of an adult story that felt cruel and appropriate for this setting. Then we found a letter in the and a newspaper article. It was a very good staged reveal of stuff. You can see, though, that one of the things they obviously fixed with the new version is they organized the evidence into envelopes that were staged to come out. One of the real misses here was that we got documents in a random order and they had events happening. You can't do that. And the modern versions of these games don't do that. If you want to say, here's the set of documents you get on Act 1, and then in an envelope, Act 2 documents, and open those when you're told. That's obviously what they switched to. That's how you have to do it. You can't have a random sheaf of documents, some of which are like, welcome to the camp, and some of which you might read earlier are like, they died in the camp. You're like, these have an order. You can't just give them to me. That's one of the things that the dossiers do right, because you read it in a sequential order. The other thing that was related to that bothered me was some of these puzzles and documents were totally context-free, right? It was just like this one in particular. I don't remember us getting any context for this. It's just like, what's happening here? It's just a font on a picnic table? And then no discussion of where this was found. That's not what you want. If you're doing secret messages from a serial killer, that should be a big lead up. Like, surprise, we just discovered this note. Rush over. Here's where we found it. Here's the condition of it. We tested it for fingerprints. We couldn't find fingerprints. Here's a photo of where it was found on the ground. And now try to decipher it. You need that. You need some context for it in time and space, and to motivate you to believe that you're dealing with real evidence. If you just give us a sheet of paper with no context, it doesn't feel nearly as important and significant, and it's confusing where it sits, especially if your case is moving through time. The other thing I didn't like, and it's clear that the company is still committed to this, are these encrypted PDFs. I don't like that. You could see why it was a pain to deal with. You have to visit the website, download it, open it in a PDF viewer. When you open another one, it loses it. At least my PDF reader, one of them didn't want to open it. One of them lost the encryption key every time you switch to a new document, so I have to retype those. You're opening a PDF, you can't tell. They're like PDF 5643A. You don't know what file it is. And that's just unpleasant. not the worst thing in the world. I understand it's more work to make a web page system that would do that kind of thing. Although they did create a web page for some of these other things and registered a specific domain for it, and those worked well. I would have liked to see everything on a web page that asks for a password and completely do away with the PDF stuff. I think that was unpleasant, and maybe they have in the future. I think they're probably still doing it because you can see everything on the website that the company made is based on these PDFs. Like, you want hints, you open a PDF file. You want to see their catalog, it's just a list. Each one has a PDF file telling you about the game. So I think the QR codes worked better. Those were a nice way to say on different puzzles you scan the QR code. It's just that it would be better if those QR codes opened to a website instead of an encrypted PDF, etc. I did like a lot how the puzzles the pieces of documents for puzzles were multi-part. That was quite fun. Often with these kinds of games, it seems you get a sheet of paper that says, here's the puzzle, and then it's there. And I almost don't want to talk about this part too much because I don't know how much is just luck. But the scope, the difficulty, the sort of meatiness of the puzzles all felt really good to me. Like, they felt the right level of difficulty, the right level of involvement, the right level of having to think outside the box. There was a couple we tripped over, a couple we did great on, but in general, I really like them, but I feel like it's, without playing much more of these, it's hard to say too much about that. But I did like the fact that they weren't self-contained. Now, I think that does bring me to another major criticism. So I've already said I thought the story was great. I liked the nature of it. I liked the creepiness. There was some supernatural part. We can talk about the ending a little bit more later. There was really compelling psychology and sort of mystery psychology setup for this case. And we spent a lot of time talking about the evidence the way you would if you were solving what some of our more traditional non-puzzle based games. Like, we had that note that said, Trish must die next because she'll ruin your second chance. And we had some really enjoyable conversations, Jonathan and I, debates about what that would mean, who it would mean it could be. But I think if you step back a bit and you look at this case, we spent a lot of time talking and debating whether the narrative elements, what the implications for those would be on who we thought was doing what. But I think if you pull back and look at this game, that was totally irrelevant. Absolutely irrelevant. The only thing that the narrative did was add flavor. To solve the case, you only had to solve the puzzles. Each puzzle we solved eliminated some people from the candidates, right? In the end, those puzzles eliminated all but two. You couldn't proceed until you solved those puzzles correctly. So you couldn't pass them until you got it right and eliminated suspects. The final puzzle tells you who did it. When we solved the final puzzle and said, here are the 5 people who died, the next page said, you've walked into the cabin, you've found the hoodie in under Stu's floorboard, and now you know who did it. Type in the name of who did it. And I got hung up in saying, oh, it's a trick. He's being framed. Let me use my logic and deduction. Look at the story. Look at the note and who the note said would ruin your second chance. But really, the game was just saying each puzzle you solve, you get rid of some people. When you get to the final puzzle, here's the answer. And it basically told us the answer. Jonathan was a little more clever because Jonathan recognized it. Jonathan said, it could be a framing and a setup, but I think it's just the simple answer. It says that the hoodie's under Stu's floorboard. It says now we know who did it, so now we know who did it. Let's type in his name. And that's it. And then we got a really interesting follow-up ending story, which we'll talk about, but none, absolutely zero of the narrative, psychology, detective pieces of this story were even in the slightest bit useful for solving the puzzles. The puzzles were all standalone. They were all figure out the logic of the puzzle. You don't need any narrative psychology. You don't need to know the story. You could do these all these puzzles could be done with no story at all. The story didn't help. Maybe you could argue the story might be like a little bit of a hint that it's not going to be Shelley who died or something. But I think that's a real shame. That's a real shame because the story was so compelling and interesting. And because it felt like there were some things, it felt like there were things to figure out. It felt like figuring out who wrote the notes was going to be useful. It felt like figuring out if there was some secret thing about St. Jude's medallion and where was this note found near which body and who died how. It felt like all of that. What was Trish up to? Why was she killed? All of that felt like it was going to be significant, and it wasn't. It added to the experience. It was absolutely immersive and thematic and was compelling, so I loved that part. I just wish that this wasn't so much of a pure puzzle game. And it was a pure puzzle game. And I think, I'm trying to remember if it was Killer at Large that we just played that said, this is half puzzle, half deduction stuff. This is really basically pure puzzle, and this may be the way these games work. They may be very good stories and very good puzzles, but never the twain shall meet. They're not, you don't need to figure stuff out in the story to do the puzzle. But it was still a fun reveal of the story. I just think if you were trying to make it in an ideal world, it would demand of us to figure out some pieces of the puzzle. Jonathan says, yeah, not really about deduction, just puzzles. Okay, so what else do we need to say about it? Perhaps we should talk about the ending a little bit. I think there should be also a walkthrough solution. Like we often when we play these games, Jonathan, what do we find in these games often? We find a solution that says, here's who did it and maybe how, and no epilogue. Here we got the opposite. Here we got basically, here's the story ending, epilogue, and basically no commenting about what they did, how they did it, who did what. And that probably reflects the nature of the puzzle nature of this. Like there's a nice file telling you how each of the puzzles were to be solved, how they got solved. That's nice. We didn't really look at the hints, did we? Or were the hints the solutions? Or were they better? Yes, no, we didn't look at the hints. Let's look at them for a second because that's actually interesting. Download the hints for the original game. So let's just take a look. Each page will contain hints for one puzzle. Oh, I see. Okay. So it's just telling you how to solve it, basically, step by step. So you'd read the first line and say, okay, I get it now, and move on. All right, so, not great, but I appreciate that there's a solution for each puzzle. But no, like, I would have liked an explanation at the end that said, Stu was in love with Shelley. He could never tell her. And when he heard what happened, he stalked each of the 5 people and killed him. When the reunion was called, he realized now was his chance to get back with her. So he went planning all along to kill them. Some story of how he killed these different people and how. One of my very least favorite elements of this whole game was one of the final puzzles is like, list the people who were killed. And the game basically never told us when they got killed. 3 of them it did, and then the 2 we had to, by the clock, were like, the bodies will never show up. But we needed something to say that Rick and Trish have been missing for a while. That's all. Some little event that said Rick's body was found, whatever, or not found, but missing. I mean, we needed something to tell us those, to capture the idea that something had happened. It was this sort of timelessness, weird. We were in some very weird, amorphous, ambiguous time zone where it wasn't clear if things had happened, had people gotten killed, had the killer struck. What you expect in these kinds of games, like Chronicles of Crime, whatever, it's like event. The killer has struck again. This dead body was found. Here we were just like, here's a note about Rick. Does that mean Rick is dead? The note said Trish has to die next. And that was like, eventually we got to some webpage that said 2 of them died. So, but we needed clearer designation when events were happening. Okay, what else though? I mean, overall, I really enjoyed it. Ending, Jonathan, it was a sort of a mixed feeling about the ending. Jonathan's saying that's what I meant by saying they needed a QR code or PDF for Tina and Rick. Yes, you're absolutely right. Like, 2 of the deaths had some explicit part where we were supposed to say something, and then we got the picture that said this person is dead. Now, I can see in this puzzle, they were trying to say your bodies will never be found, but we needed something to confirm step by step that it was Tina and Rick, and then the way the others were. Okay, now the ending. So the ending here was a little bit of a supernatural element. I think it was fair in the sense that the brochure introduced us to this supernatural, Native American haunted cave. And then when we had the interview with Callahan, he also mentions it. He's like, I wouldn't say that it's supernatural, but I wouldn't say it wasn't. Like, it was fair. That's what I would say. It was fair that there was a supernatural element in the cave. It didn't tell you outright. It certainly didn't tell you outright there was going to be this kind of a thing. There was going to be some supernatural element. But it felt reasonable. Like, there was enough of laying the groundwork for that there was. And it didn't play a big part. It's not like the game had ghosts killing people and monsters sneaking in and killing people. It was just more like that the cave was driving people a little crazy, and that was that little Cthulhu element of how, like, in the end you hear the little voices in the cave and the buzzing in your ear. Like, I liked that. I like the madness element of Supernatural is the most satisfying to me of sort of supernatural stuff. I'm much more compelled by stories in which real people are sort of being driven mad. I'll recommend one of my favorite little indie horror movies called They Look Like People. Just go into it with low expectations. But, and as Jonathan said, it sort of ended on this adult horror note, and it was a creepy ending. The woman, Shelley, like the Reaper was Stu, but there's a little twist that Shelley ends up killing him, pushes the knife in him, and then says, you'll never they'll never believe you. It was fun and creepy. But on the other hand, wouldn't be predictable, which is okay, except in these kinds of games, we feel normally like we want to be able to solve it and figure it out. And you couldn't really have figured it out. Although, again, like, I stand by my point that letter about Trish doesn't really make sense. I'd love to hear an explanation from the author of how to make sense of that letter that said, Trish has to die next. She'll ruin your second chance. That didn't really make sense. And Jonathan had an interesting point about, what about Tina and Rick? Why did they have to die? But I think you were right, Jonathan, that it was just that they were happy together and this killer didn't like it. We're told that Shelley has never experienced love. She can't experience love. She's got, she was tormented and whatever. She was a little bit broken. And I think she didn't like the other people having happiness and love. But there was a little bit of a weirdness there. We will play some more of these on this channel, though. I think what we'll do is, I'm getting, from what I hear of someone who played a couple others, Robert, some of them don't have much story, and certainly not a compelling story. And maybe the reason people like this one is the story is unusually good for these kinds, for the Deadbolt games. So I think what we might do is we might focus on finding some more, the best of these Deadbolt games, maybe 2 or 3 more that are heavy on story. And we'll play them knowing that the story is probably a little bit cleaved off from the puzzle solving, and just try to enjoy the ride of the story, because I really did enjoy the ride. And it's worth emphasizing that the normal detective games we play, like Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective, aren't horror movies. They don't have this level of death, murder, gore, creepiness, etc. And I do enjoy a mixture of those. So I really did enjoy dealing with a killer. And there are a bunch more serial killer games from Deadbolt Mystery Society. Jonathan says, I don't think the twist really recontextualized anything in a super interesting way for me. I have to think about it a little more. Didn't hate it, but not a real wow moment either. It felt more like world building, probably cool if you subscribe every month. I think that's a good point, because it seems like most of their games are set in the same area, the same fictional town. And maybe as you play them, you get a much more creepy, malevolent, sort of supernatural Stephen King world type vibe from it all. And maybe you come to expect that there are some malevolent forces going on. This one was the malevolent spirits in the cave. I did enjoy, though, that Shelley was not a little wallflower, that she was involved in this bad stuff. I did like it, though. I did like the ending, maybe a little bit more than Jonathan. What else? Anything more to say, Jonathan? I have a question for Jonathan. First of all, congratulations on getting it right at the end. I think, Jonathan, in general, you are not as... Well, I think in general it's hard to watch the puzzle-solving, decrypting games on a stream. It's a different experience than a normal narrative detective game when we can talk things out. And I'm sort of surprised that you were interested in playing this one, because it's so puzzle heavy. And I do always worry a little bit about the nature of playing these on YouTube. I'm fine playing them alone, or playing them and have someone only paying half attention, but they don't seem as suitable for collaborative play. They don't even seem so suitable for collaborative real-life play, these puzzles, because they're hard to collaborate on. You're basically just sitting there trying to make sense of it. I did really enjoy playing it with Jonathan, but I wonder, Jonathan, are you worried about how much are you looking forward to playing more of these? knowing now that they're so puzzle based and maybe so cipher and encryption based. I'm just curious if, I mean, I am really looking forward to playing some more of these. I wouldn't want to play them all in a row. You know, this is the kind of game that the puzzle games are better to take sparingly in between playing some of the narrative games. But Jonathan, you'd be up for playing a couple more of these over time? You didn't feel like the puzzle stuff was too excruciating to sit through for an hour while we're trying to figure out this clock, just staring at it? John says, I think as long as they're mixed in with other games. Yeah, I would agree with that. I would absolutely recommend this game. I think the only thing you might say to someone is don't buy it used unless you're sure it's the 2022 version. This was good, but I think whatever it's worth to buy the latest version, you should be buying the latest version. There's no, like, the latest version is $30. There's no lesser price that would make it worthwhile to not get that new version with the separated events into envelopes. Jonathan says, I think when we got stuck, it was often us over complicating the puzzle. Good advice is probably look for the simplest solution. Yeah, I would also say this. Every puzzle here had in-game hints that we got later on. All of the puzzles, I believe we solved all of the puzzles before we got the in-game hint. But I think if you were going to give someone a suggestion, it would be, if it's taking you too long to do a puzzle and you don't want it to be as hard as it is, just move on to another puzzle, because it's very likely that when you find the weak joint of the chicken and carve it and solve a puzzle, you will get a hint to the harder puzzle that you were stuck on. Although frequently we found you could solve them before you got the hint, but if you're spending too long and you don't want it to be as hard as you're finding it, rather than go and read an online hint, just concentrate at work on another puzzle, and you may very well get an in-game little bit of information pointing you how to solve the harder one. I did enjoy the puzzles too. John says, also, I understand wanting to be Morty. I understand wanting it to be Morty. I did want it to be Morty. It's more fun when there's a hidden twist to find. I've often chased shadows in these mystery games. Yes, we've both played the role of the person thinking it was the more convoluted solution. I did think it was Morty. I did think it was Morty. I think it could have been Morty. You could have written the story so you could have written the ending so it was Morty. You wouldn't have to change anything else. I think you could have written the ending so that it was Morty. In fact, I can imagine having multiple solutions. So whatever the person types, they're right, and you give them that story. But given that it's a PDF, I don't think that was done. All right, let's sign off here. Jonathan, a real pleasure as always. I really do enjoy playing these games with you. It's like we're back in the old days. It's just you and me with the stamina to keep playing these games. If you're watching this after Jonathan and I have recorded it on Friday, October 14th, I would love to hear what you thought of the game, especially if you've played it offline and just watched the video. I can imagine if you watched the whole thing, there must have been moments where you shared in our triumph when we solved a puzzle quickly, elegantly, cleanly, cleverly. And boy, there must have been some moments of frustration, like looking at that clock puzzle and seeing 9 and 10 next to each other and been like, guys, it's been an hour. Why can't you see it? And you must have been going crazy when I typed in a typo and then we spent another hour trying to figure out an alternate solution. But I will say this, and I think this is really important to say. We did not go to the hints files. We made our mistakes. We stuck with it. And then we went back and tried the things again that we typoed and got it right. So that's the important thing. Like, it's okay. That's life. You have a typo. You say, okay, you don't realize it. You chew it over again, and then you try again. It's always possible to make mistakes, whether you're programming, typing in the code, solving the puzzles. You don't assume that just because it didn't work the first time, you don't assume that there weren't other points of failure that you overlooked. You try again, and we did. We didn't have to look at a single hint. Very proud of that. Having brains and speed is great. I prefer to have stamina, determination, and not give up. Jonathan says, this is very close. When I first joined in the Dune House Secret stream, I think that was around mid-October. So a year ago. Been a pleasure. Okay, guys. I'll actually be back live again tonight at 11 p.m. What time is it now? 5:30. So 6 plus 12, 18 hours. 17 hours from now, unless we move it till 10 p.m. and maybe we'll play another big long game after that. October is our big month. Jonathan, a pleasure. I'll see you all next time. Don't let the voices in the cave tell you to do bad things. Don't give up on love. Check out They Look Like People. I'll see you next time.